Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're not sounding excited. Good morning, everyone. Awesome. Welcome to the SME conference. So we'll be starting right about now. I'd like to encourage us to come together. We have a few of us who are sitting by the corners. Do we mind maybe moving closer so that we can all, just be here together? Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. Well, I'm excited for this conference, Level Up, right? So maybe we can have something that we say throughout the conference. Are we ready to level up? Are we ready to level up? Awesome. So my name is Unini Campbell, and I have the privilege of being your host for the program today. And I look forward to an insightful and exciting time. All right, so before we start out with the activities for today, I'd like to invite Mr. Femi Ogundele to pray for us as we open up this session. Can we give a round of applause as we welcome him? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Shall we rise to pray, please? Okay. In Jesus' name, Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. It's not by our power, not by our might, it's by your grace, it's by your mercy that we are here today. Even as we start this program, we commit this program to your hands. We commit all the speakers. We commit all those attending, all those organizing into your hands. We pray that you take control in the name of Jesus. We pray that whatever we hear and learn today will be unto our benefit and for the good of the nation in the name of Jesus. Finally, we pray for Nigeria. We pray that this country shall increase, shall prosper, and we shall eat the good of this land. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so, today, I want us to, let's start out by welcoming one another, right? Do you know how, I don't know if you know, but we are very, very important people here, right? A lot of publications, we have a lot of programs, a lot of things that are set up in this country and across the world just for the main purpose of empowering and supporting the SMEs in our economy, because it cannot be overemphasized how important they are or how important we are for the development of our economy. So as far as Nigeria is concerned, right, we are one of the most important people in this country. Can we celebrate ourselves this morning? We're not sounding excited. I'm not feeling the energy. Let's celebrate ourselves this morning. What we're doing, what we wake up to do every morning is so important. The lives, the people that are fed, people who get to put on clothes, who get to do things just because of what we do. Let's celebrate ourselves one more time. Awesome. All right, so we're just going to do a very quick activity. I want us to walk up to at least 3 people here this morning. Introduce yourself. So 3 things. Introduce yourself, Tell them about your business and tell them about what you hope to take away from here today. Very quickly. And when we're done, we're going to have, a few representatives come up to share with us, which of the introductions stood out to them and what they've learned about someone else. So very quickly, let's rise, walk up to, at least 3 people and introduce yourselves. So make sure you're actually listening to what they're telling you. Okay, so we can move on to the next person. This is all our elevator pitch trainings that we've gotten. How do you pitch yourself in 30 seconds? How do you pitch yourself in 60 seconds? So let's move on to the second person. We're already leveling up. Okay, so the third person. About yourself, about your business, and what you hope to take away from here today. Okay. Thank you. So, do we have any volunteers who want to share with us? Someone you've spoken with, someone you met, something that stood out to you, someone you would like to speak to a bit more after the first segment of this event? Any volunteers? Remember, we're here to do what? Level up, right? So any volunteers? Awesome. Thank you. Please let's give our sister a round of applause. Welcome. So we'll need one more person. A male. Please get ready. Okay. Let me get. Thank you. All right.
Good morning, everyone. During the introductory part, I met 3 persons. One is Tony, second one is Adeola, and the third person is Adewumi. and one is into farming, and is here to learn new things. The other one is two of them are real estate. They want to networking and see what is going on in the sector. Maybe they will be able to share their own experiences and others. Thank you very much.
And since you came up to share with us, do you want to tell us about you and your business?
My name is Mrs. Oyeniyide Atufadeke. I work with Federal Inland Revenue Service. I'm the state coordinator, Lagos Island. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. A big round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, so do we have our second volunteer? Very quickly. Awesome, thank you. This side seems to have all the energy. I don't know what's happening here. All right, let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I came in just as introductions were being done. So in the 2 minutes that I was here before we all settled down, I met Donatus. Donatus is into edutech. And I also met Kelechi, who is 4 years in business, and also is into food farming.
Okay.
Exactly. For myself, my name is Akinde Olamidun. I'm an architect. I do consulting, that's design. I also build for people, and I also develop properties, real estate.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. One last round of applause for our colleagues and everyone who has shared with us today. Now, more people want to speak. Don't worry, you get an opportunity. All right. Next on our agenda is the opening remark. But before that, I would just like to, for us to share a few information. So firstly, if we want to use the convenience, it's available just at the back of the church. So you could always walk out and find the convenience there. Also, in terms of things we can agree on, I do agree that we are all here and we plan to maximize this time, right? We would have taken a lot of planning and scheduling for us to make our time to be here today. So it's important that we ensure that we keep the environment quiet and, conducive for everyone to learn and make the most out of this. So I would encourage us to keep our phones on silent so that we don't have any distractions, okay? And then we would run through the different sessions that we have. So like I mentioned, we have our opening remark coming up, and then we would have a keynote speech. Then we have 2 panel sessions where we would also get to hear some very interesting and exciting details that would give us insight and prepare us for our next level as we level up. And I just also want to mention that we would also have a Q&A session. So, for as many of us who would have questions to ask, either questions we have come here with or some of the questions that we would be provoked in our minds as a result of the conversations we would have today from the stage. I just want us to be prepared to ask the questions then. Also, we would like you to feel free, share about what's happening right here in this auditorium on your social media. Take a selfie, right? As you listen to the conversations, the speeches, the discussion from the panels, if there are things that stand out to you, a catchphrase, a tagline, please post it on your social media, right? And feel free to use the hashtags, hashtag level up, hashtag SME conference, hashtag Covenant Capital. And you can also tag the Covenant Capital on the different social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. All right, so please feel free to do that. And I mean, from the introductions you've had now, if there's anyone you would like to still speak to, feel free, pen it down, or from the panel session, pen the name down, and just make sure you catch up with them after the first segment. So this event is for you, right? And I want us to do everything that we can to soak up all of it, right? And make sure that we take advantage of this event. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to invite up for the opening remark the HOD of the Covenant Capital, Mr. Femi Darabidon. Can we give a round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. Wow. Good morning, everybody. It's a business conference. I mean, we should have some, So, good morning once again. My name is Obafemi Darabidon, and we are glad to have everyone here this morning on behalf of the Covenant Capital, which is the entrepreneurial arm of the Covenant Nation. We want to welcome you all. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know you've done this before. Welcome the person beside you and the person beside you to this conference this morning. All right. I'm sure you'll probably be trying to ask the question, why this theme for the conference? And we'll just like to answer that by saying that we believe we live in a very interesting time, and the business environment, the marketplace is moving at a speed that every one of us is trying to catch up. And if we don't immediately know what to do and how to level up in order for us to scale and grow our businesses, then we're just going to be somehow decelerating instead of moving with the present realities that we have on ground. Which takes me back to an experience I had when I was in commercial banking, sometime 2013. And a client came to us and was trying to access a particular funding. And part of the requirement for that funding, I think was about 10 million naira at the time, was that the company has to be a limited liability company. And up until that point, this person had registered a business name and had been transacting for over 10 years using a business name, which was a sole proprietorship at the time. So when we started telling him that, see, this BOI funding you are trying to access, it has to be a limited liability company. You have to have a minimum of 2 directors. It was like, but I've been running my business for over 10 years, and nobody has ever mentioned this to me, that it needed to be a limited liability company. We said, yes, for what you were doing, it's okay. But now that you're trying to scale to the next level, you want to access another person's fund, either from a bank or from a private investor. There are certain structures you need to put in place in order for them to be comfortable so that there is no key man risk in order for you to take advantage of those kind of funding. And that was how, his journey into scaling began. So he had to go back to CAC to try to, amend the MEMAT and all of that to get the business properly structured. And then he started applying for BOI. And I would like to say to you that he actually got the funding after that experience. So looking at that, fast forward into the future, we still see a lot of businesses starting out. A lot of us here online, we have the intention of later on scaling to a particular size. But it is very important that from today, we begin to know the things that we're supposed to put in place, whether the legal structure or the registrations or the permissions or approvals that we need from regulatory agencies in order for us to take that advantage in 5 years' time. Which is why we brought this conference together to say, it is important for SMEs to understand these requirements. And the conference has come in 2 folds, which means it's a double-edged sword. We've also brought in experts from the industry who are founders, seasoned entrepreneurs, who are also going to be speaking to us today under the panel sessions and discuss their experiences on how they've been able to navigate the different seasons of their entrepreneurial journey and how to iterate quickly with the changing and unfolding business space. So today, on behalf of Covenant Capital, the Covenant Nation, and Pastor Kojo Imade, our senior pastor, I'd like to welcome everybody once again to this conference. It's going to be a time that is worth every bit of effort you have put into it, whether you're watching online or you are here in this hall today. So welcome once again to SME Conference 2023, and we wish you a very good outing today. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please. Okay. So we have, just like the HOD had mentioned, we have a few very important people in our midst today who I would like us to appreciate, who have taken the time to come share with us, right, from their experience, based on the roles and, the positions that they've held, to share with us today, give us insights that would empower us with the right strategies, to sort of level up, right, and to grow our businesses. So I would like to start. First, we have the CEO of Faith Foundation in our midst, Ms. Adenike Adeyemi. Can we please celebrate her? Welcome. And then we have Mr. Isaac Olu Joshua, the founder of FSC Professional Services. Welcome. Can we make those, can we make that louder? Thank you. We have Ms. Monica Eimujeze, Director, Lagos State Officer, NAFDAC. Can we celebrate her? We also have with us the CEO of 528, Ms. Funto Ibuoye. Welcome. Can we also welcome the founder CEO of Phoenix 360 Limited, Mr. Olufemi Olaya. You're welcome. And then we have Mr. Femi Bejide, the CEO of Clan Africa. Welcome. All right. So aside from these very important people, we also have some of our agencies, some of which had been mentioned in our midst today, who are here with the representatives available to support, to speak with us, to share with us, and to empower us this morning. We have representatives from NAFDAC, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration. We have representatives from NEPC, that's the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. We have representatives from CAC, the Corporate Affairs Commission. We have representatives from SMEDAN, that's the Agency for the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria. We have representatives from SON, the Standards Organization of Nigeria. And then we also have representatives from Bumper, which is a technology company that provides business tools to support the growth business and business management for SMEs. So we have representatives from organizations and agencies that are here basically just to support you. Can we give them a round of applause? Welcome. Okay. All right. So we would move on now to the keynote speech. And to do that, all right. So we have Our keynote speaker coming up, Ms. Adenike Adeyemi, is the Chief Executive Officer of Faith Foundation, Nigeria's foremost business incubator, which has connected over 240,000 entrepreneurs in 31 states to a wide range of resources. Wow, are we not blessed? Published 12 books for Nigerian entrepreneurs and 17 research reports on the MSME entrepreneurship ecosystem. Mr. Adenike is our keynote speaker here on the theme, we'll be speaking on the theme, Level Up, Securing Your Business for Growth. So I would like us to stand up and give a resounding round of applause to our keynote speaker. Can you be louder, please?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Please have your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I believe we have some people joining online. So whether you're here in person or whether you're here online, I am honored, I will say, and delighted to be the keynote speaker for this year's SME Level Up conference. I have to say thank you to the Covenant Capital team, to Covenant Nation, Pastor Kojo Yemade, Mrs. Toyin Oyemade, who is one of our alumni members, and we're always very proud to say that. It's always interesting to come to Covenant Capital and Covenant Nation. As I was telling Obi and a few people earlier on, I know too many people that attend this church. And so it's almost like it's a church that I'm not a member of, but I'm a member of. So this is like a homecoming. So thank you for the invitation. I don't take it for granted. Great. So very briefly, I think I have 25 minutes. Is that still the time? Okay. To speak on Level Up, securing your business for growth. And over the next 25 minutes, what I'm going to speak on will cover the areas for, first of all, and I think that our HOD provided some context for that, understanding the operating environment with which we are existing as people running businesses, because I understand that there are people who are running businesses here who've been running businesses for quite a couple of years, but there are some people who are in the earlier stage and just started. So just giving a view of our operating environment, particularly as it relates to anybody running an SME in Nigeria. I'm also going to then give an overview of sort of like the regulatory environment, compliance requirements, and how sort of the operating environment is also influencing some things that we're going to see that our operators and regulators will do, particularly for running the business, and how we need to sort of reduce some of the risks or challenges that may come. I will then speak to the topic around how do we then set, our benchmarks and goalposts for leveling up our business, taking our business to the next level, and then really also how do we then think of innovation, resilience at this time into that. So that's what I will speak through. So starting with our operating environment, I think without mincing words, and everybody knows it, I think this is, in the last 2-3 years, every one of us in different ways, no matter what you do, where you are, what type of business you run, what type of jobs you're doing, you really can feel that we are in a very challenging environment. We're in a very challenging economy. And even when I've listened to all the projections, either locally in terms of looking at Nigeria or even globally, it's going to be a difficult year, to say the least. We're seeing things, even from Nigeria speaking, first of all, we're in an election transition year. And what typically happens, regardless of whatever the outcome of the election is, that there's a slowdown in economic productivity because everybody's watching, everybody's waiting. And what usually happens is the extremes. So some state governments, for instance, are quickly trying to finish up expenditure because they're cycling out, or people are being careful because you don't want a new head to come in and then, they're accounting for different things. And then a lot of people are then, a lot of the spend that happens is typically around the election. So if you're doing anything that gets money directly or indirectly from running an election or the electoral process, so you're doing ads, you're doing t-shirts, comms materials, or storytelling and all of that, it works. But in other instances, it's a challenge. Then the other experience we've all had was also the cashless policy and the limitations of the withdrawal, and then the new change in Naira notes. What that then led to was a significant slowdown in economic productivity and activity. I traveled somewhere a few weeks ago, and this was what would typically be our hospitalism and tourism industry, somewhere on the outskirts of Lagos. And one of the things that the gentleman was saying was that most of the businesses who were either doing simple things like, oh, you're taking people on tourists, this is Lagos, or you're doing even, you're renting small accommodations or restaurants, or people coming to the beach, their business literally came to zero because people did not have even 1K, 2K to be paying for beach passes or to be buying food and the like. We've seen quite a lot of businesses within specific aspects of the agribusiness value chain, poultry, you're selling eggs, also significantly affected because people cannot pay. So many people did not have a lot of money to purchase food. So we've seen purchasing power really drop. We've seen economic activity really slow down. We're probably also going to have another experience with that. So we also even saw the elections also happening. So when 2-3 days are closed for the elections, you have the same thing. We're likely also going to have a census also happening if it's not cancelled, which is another 4 to 5 days of economic slowdown. So everybody is impacted. A number of my friends who are running FMCGs have talked about even their projections for the first quarter. If they even did 50%, it will be a miracle. So again, that's the environment that we've seen in. But then there's also the fact that we're challenged from a revenue perspective in Nigeria. We're not making money as a country. And so there's no money. And we're not making money, but we're then spending money that we don't have. So again, and I'm going to paint. So I know it's sounding gloomy, but I'm starting from somewhere, so just bear with me. So we're having poverty levels high. I'll speak to that in a bit more detail. We're having really challenged revenues as a country. And what's that happening is that all of that is also then trickling lower to so many things. Funding is also going to be a challenge. So unlike 2020 in particular, when during the COVID pandemic, we saw a lot of intervention funds towards micro, small, and medium enterprises. We saw COVID Survival Fund. We saw some of you may have accessed AXMEs. There are a lot of funds that came through Nersal Microfinance Bank, which were funded through CBN. We're probably going to see a significant reduction because, to be honest, there's really no money. And then whoever is giving money, what that means is that capital has shrunk, so whoever is going to give money is also going to give it very carefully. Banks also will not be lending money as freely as possible. We've seen where we are with interest rates they're probably one of the highest we've seen in a while. Inflation is also at its highest in a while. And so even those who have money to lend also will be doing that very carefully. And when I even say money to lend, when we ask entrepreneurs to go and look for money, the first place is what? Family, friends, and fools. You, as an individual here, if somebody comes to ask you, please come and give me 20,000 naira, would you not make that decision very carefully, unlike a year before? Right? So even we as individuals, every little money you earn, you are being very, very careful about it. So your purchasing decisions are on necessities. You're asking yourself, if friends wants to hang out, do we have to go to a restaurant? Can we not eat in the house? And can we not hang out without eating? So think of the way you as an individual are making decisions and understand that the consumers, the customers who you sell your products to, who you sell your services to, are also going to be more careful the same way you are about making purchasing decisions. And that is very important to note. And then, so now, I thought that it was then good, if you just do next, you see please, next slide. Yes, thank you. So I thought that then in the context of the political economy, it would then be good to give an overview of sort of like our regulatory and compliance space. So in Nigeria, we do not have an act we don't have a bill that oversees how anybody running a business, particularly at the micro, small, and medium enterprise level in Nigeria operates. If you are running a startup bill just passed. So a startup is a very high growth potential business. So that just passed and it's just going implementation. But as an MSME, you don't have that. What we do have is policies that provide support and guidance to the space. And the great thing that Covenant Capital has done is to also give you access to quite a lot of those today. So you have, first of all, the SMEDAN. SMEDAN is the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria. And I always describe them as really they are the mother and father of entrepreneurs, or they should be mother and fathers of entrepreneurs in Nigeria. They should be the body that really provides, promotes, advocates on behalf of that. They are not a regulator, they are not a compliance agency, but they're important to know. And one of the reasons I thought it was important to emphasize that, and they're here, was I know in the last 2 years, SMEDAN also has a registration that they've encouraged a lot of businesses to do, because the registration body is really the Corporate Affairs Commission, which is then the regulator for anybody that is setting up an entity to run in Nigeria. They are the regulator for that, and you have to register to be able to operate within the CAC. But what typically happens is that when I say most, over 90% of the small, nano, micro, small, and medium enterprises that operate in Nigeria are not registered for different reasons, which we won't go into today. And because they're not registered, oftentimes they have challenges with raising funds and everything. And so SMEDAN recently also started a procedure where you can also register with them. So I will encourage you to please make sure you visit the SMEDAN desk that is here and have access to them. Then we then have the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, which has a secretary. So the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Commission was set up under this new administration and managed through the office, I believe, of the Vice President. And their role was to then help to ease the issues that businesses face in Nigeria. And basically, all those things where you register across different agencies, you want to open a bank account, but you need your CSC registration, you need your TIN registration, you need this, or you have issues with NAFDAC. The role that PEBEC was created to be was to facilitate and enable ease of doing business in Nigeria. And I will say that they've been able to make a lot of initiatives with that. But then again, their role is to facilitate that. And one of the things that they've recently done was to facilitate the passage of an omnibus bill that then helps to ease a lot of the challenges across different acts and bills. So that's on that side. Then you then have the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, which is the ministry that then oversees activities around MSME. So the Minister of State is the one who is directly responsible for that. So that's on one side in terms of ministries and agencies. But then in terms of regulators and compliance, you then have like the CAC, you have CAC from a company's perspective, but then you then have from a tax perspective, you have the Federal Inland Revenue Service, and then you then have states revenue service like Lagos, like the LIRS, who then do that, and you have obviously similar types in state governments. You have compliance organizations, for instance, like PENCOM. So I know a lot of us don't know this, and we'll talk about why that is important. If you're employing more than three, either more than three or more persons, you really also need to register them within, as part of the Pension Act, you need to also register them with PENCOM. And then you then have some of the more targeted regulatory and compliance agencies. And when I say targeted, they are then focused on specific value chains, specific sectors. So NAFDAC, for instance, that is here present, if you're doing anything that has to do with health products or services, food products or services, end to end, you need to be registered for different things, for compliance, for safety of individuals, and just even to ensure standards and quality assurance. You have the Standards Organization of Nigeria. You have the Federal Consumer Protection Council, which is then also what consumers can report. So if somebody reports you to FCPC or violating customer rights based on your product or services, you're going to be in trouble. And so you then have all of those. But I thought it was also important to talk about policy advocacy organizations, and I'll bring that in later, who then come into place because they then understand. It's almost like they're trying to engage with those who are on the blue chevron, who are then saying that we understand these laws need to be in place. How do we make sure that first, everybody here and more who is running a business understand what the laws, what the regulations are, they understand how to comply with it, but also provide advocacy platforms where, when there are issues, they can escalate the issues and the challenges with that. We do that through a division at FAIT called the FAIT Institute, and we work with organizations like the NESG to make those kind of advocacy. Why are these regulatory agents? I know we have a panel on regulatory and compliance, and I won't go into that, but why do you need to know about this? First off, and I'm speaking as a friend of entrepreneurs here, so not as a friend of the regulators. The first thing is that usually when things get tough economically, what then happens? Revenue drive goes into effect. And so a lot of agencies really also are trying to help to make money to fund state, local, and federal revenue generation drives. Compliance is increasing and will continue to increase. And we've seen that. We've seen that with a lot of our entrepreneurs who are complaining with that. I know that, and this is without prejudice to all the regulators that are here present, because I know that there's been a lot of advocacy that a lot of regulators go into doing. But the fact still remains that it's still a very punitive system. In Nigeria, a lot of the regulators and agencies that are here, I always say, is a gotcha attitude. So when they will come to you when you are flouting something. In most cases, most of the entrepreneurs don't even know that they're flouting it. Ignorance is not an excuse, and I would also still come to that. But what then happens is that because there's not as much effort going into don't do this, why, or do this, why, a lot of the effort, in our view, goes into catching and punishing with that. So again, ignorance is no excuse. So you as an entrepreneur, you need to know, as running a business or in the space I'm running the business in, what am I supposed to be doing? What should I not be doing? What are the penalties and charges? Because the penalties are very dire, they're very expensive. Anybody here who has had to do a tax assessment know that by the time they assess you of your tax, whatever you had in your mind is still like 10% of what the final assessment will be. And so the first advice I'll give you, again, is that ignorance is never an excuse. If you're meant to be filing things, reporting things, remitting things, this is the time to know about it. This is the time to do it. In leveling up, when you're going to be seeking for financing, one of the challenges that happens sometimes when businesses seek for financing is that, yeah, they're raising revenue, they're raising money, they have clients and all of that, but then they are delinquent in regulatory remittances, so they're not paying their taxes. So when you see that as an issue. And a lot of people don't want to finance individuals or organizations who are also not abiding by the laws and the regulations of the land. So if at a minimum, what you're doing here is even to say, what are the things I need to be, who do I need to be registered with, what do I need to report on, and why? A lot of people don't even know, as part of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, when you receive amounts in Naira or in dollars above a certain threshold, you're supposed to report it to the EFCC Special Control Unit on Anti-Money Laundering. Not just businesses, people that run non-profit. So even we, when we get funds of a certain amount or we give funds of a certain amount, we report it. A lot of us don't know. So if EFCC comes to meet you and say, oh, you are being flagged for anti-money laundering, it's not somebody that is doing you, it's just that you didn't know what you're supposed to do. So we need to be aware of these things. Again, we're leveling up and we're going to this. In Nigeria, particularly relating to tax, one of the challenges to run a business in Nigeria is on taxes. I always describe it as anybody running a business just wants to be able to know, what tax am I supposed to pay? When am I supposed to pay it? Who am I paying it to? How am I paying it to? In what way would it be reported on? And unfortunately, our taxation system is multiple, it is ambiguous, it is unclear. And it is not, in fact, most of the taxes you would be required to pay as a small business actually is not from FIRS or even LIRS. Sometimes it's the local government taxes, it's the levies, it's the permits. In fact, if you're even somebody that moves goods a lot, it's all those interstate taxes and collection. And you should expect that, like I said, you will go into overdrive because everybody is looking for money. So be aware, whatever business I'm in the agribusiness space, I'm running a business, I have a shop, I have a signage somewhere, I'm moving things up and down. You really need to know. Fund data, there's at least 44 taxes that anybody is running a business in Nigeria, small and medium enterprise, is exposed to pay at local, state, and federal, particularly at the state and local levels. If you look at all the levies, in some situations, when we've tallied those taxes, it's gone up to about 60 different types of things. All those stickers, all those permits, those are the different things. So again, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. Next slide. So I thought it was also important to then share some of our socioeconomic indicators. So I had mentioned before, power, I'm sure there are generators that are running now. We have unreliable power. Over 100 million Nigerians don't have power. Our health and education indicators continue to drop. Our life expectancy is 58 years. In fact, when you look at reports now, you are just, shoring up your mind because Nigeria just seems to be going lower and lower. Misery index, we're high. Poverty, multidimensional poverty is like, and then young people, we're talking about jackpot syndrome and all of that. Insecurity, we're all aware of that. And so what are then the challenges? You're running a business. That means that you have to plan for alternate power generation sources because you can't rely on the major source of power. For you, a lot of us employing people, you're struggling with talent that is unskilled, unprepared, mentally, sometimes not even prepared for the work of environment. So you have to do your own training and education when you're also employing people. And then there's also loss of productivity. When we keep shorting days, even for holidays, where honestly, it's also having that effect on the economy. So, next slide. How then do you start to think of building resilience and innovation as somebody who is already running a business? The first thing is that this is the time to get in face of your customer. This, honestly, no time than now is the customer is king because the customer has multiple choices, multiple offerings, multiple people that are vying for their attention. And so, at a very minimum, if your customer service is poor, and when I say customer service, I mean it very loosely, customers need to know that you as the owner, the founder of your business, you care about them, you're interested in them, you appreciate them, you even understand. Because like I said, everybody is feeling the pain. So if somebody is still paying for your products and services, you need to know, why is this person still coming to me? Why is this person still paying for my product? What can I do better? You will not be able to solve all of their problems. But for the ones that are the 80% of your customers, what can I do better? What can I do differently? They'll even tell you their experience with your products and services, and in some cases provide a perspective to things that you didn't even know were issues, and in fact, sometimes even suggest to you ways you can evolve around that. So that's number one. Number two is that you have to be very agile. So many things are happening so fast. The world is changing very fast. Something can happen one day, that can really affect your business. A policy can be implemented one day that can change the way your business is operating. A major issue can happen that will stop your operations for 3 or 4 days. This is where your mental alertness, and I'm sure the church is also doing things around getting people mentally prepared, mentally alert, mentally enabled, because you need to be able to be fast, to be quick, to respond sharply. When issues are happening, surrounding yourself with advisors who can say, okay, well, this is the situation, these are the 3 ways we can address it, this is what we need to do immediately and fast. So your ability to quickly respond to things is very important. Operational efficiency is also a third important thing. Every cost that you are spending on your business, you need to know how that is helping you to grow your business. You need to understand how that is impacting your business model. You need to also be able to say, how am I using my cost efficiently? We've had to have some conversations with some of our entrepreneurs in a few of our programs on products that they may like or services that they may like, but is not revenue generating or profitable. So you need to also say, every business decision that I'm making, it cannot be emotional. You have to look and you have to say, this is the time that you can't even be financially lazy. You can't know what you are making, what you are spending, and you don't have a sense of why. Whenever I'm in church, I always make a point, as particularly for Christian businesses. One of the things God gives you wisdom, knowledge. He gives you understanding to understand things. And so when people are giving testimonies on major windfall, I'll say yes, as you are praising God, ask God to give you understanding for why your revenue jumped 200% in a particular day. Yet it is a miracle. But in your praising God, ask God to show your eyes that what did I do? What was done differently to let that business grow? And so that direction, that wisdom, that insight then helps you to then strategically position your business. So it's not a fluke, it's then a continuous thing. The last thing is that, and this is for those of us who have at least one other employee outside of ourselves, is that you can't run the business alone. In fact, next level means that you're also shoring your business and building it for other people to also help you to build your business. So employee support, employee engagement is paramount. It has nothing to do with whether you have low-skilled employees or very well-trained employees. Employees are employees, full or part-time. How are you engaging your team? How are you engaging your employees? How are you bringing them to understand not just your vision, but incentivizing them to solve the issues for your business and to help you also build your business together? So again, these are for me the 4 focus areas that I will encourage. I'll round up shortly. Next slide. When I was in university, about 1998, 1999, there was a sermon that I heard. And if you ask me for my best sermon to date, that has been my most impactful sermon, it was a sermon by Miles Monroe of the Eagle Believer. I can't even find that. We had it in cassettes then. I can't find that sermon online, and I've looked for it. And for some reason, I felt that it was important for me to share it, because it's when I looked at the theme for today and saying level up, I thought that it was important to then say that, even when you think of how the eagle will, in fact, the way Miles Monroe did that sermon, he compared the eagle, and I'm sure all of us knows sort of like the strengths of an eagle, how the eagle is one of the toughest birds, how the eagle is the only bird that will fly on top of a storm. He even compared it with the chicken. So he kept using the examples of how an eagle is different from all the other birds that exist. And I felt that it was important for me to, as I'm rounding up, also share, the perspectives of an eagle believer and how that is important for you to take your business to the next level. Is that first off, you understand your weaknesses. One of the things I remember from that sermon was he talked about how the mother eagle will always train the birds, that the mother eagle will fly, drop the bird, and keep dropping the bird, pick it up until the bird is about to crash, until the mother eagle was sure that the bird could then fly, and then you then get to a point where it will stop picking up the eagle when you felt the eagle could soar. And one of the things I picked from that, which he had mentioned, was that sometimes we run away from our weaknesses. And our weaknesses can be our greatest source of learning and your growth. Now, we've talked about the weakness of sort of like our operating environment. But in that weakness of the operating environment can be the greatest source of your entrepreneurial growth and even the opportunities that we see. So when we're looking at the challenges in the operating economy, what does that tell you about the opportunities that exist in the space for you to leverage on? That's number one. Number two, even about yourself. What is it that you need to build, that you need to develop? What are the gaps that you have as somebody running and building a business or in the space that you're in, that you need to educate yourself, go for knowledge, go for information to do that? Number two is that, yes, only the paranoid survive, but only the courageous are then able to take that paranoia and then use it to show up strength. And that's one of the things that, when you talk about the eagle will do. Fly right over the storm, be able to see what is happening, and then soar on all of this. Number three is that one of the things that they will talk about, when you actually watch videos of the eagle, they'll say the eagle is one of the birds that when it gets to a certain altitude, it stops flapping its wings, it just soars. So working harder but smarter, working efficiently in everything you do, and then focusing on excellence. Again, most people that you're targeting have at least one or two other options outside of you. So demands for standards, for quality, for excellence is very important. And then last thing is that this is the time not to go it alone. This is the time to look for people around you. In fact, in a lot of cases, people that are even running the same type of businesses as you are, because you are facing the same challenges. The term co-opetition is important to think about. You are cooperating with your competition because a lot of the challenges you're facing, they're facing it. And I'm not saying you should cooperate cooperate obviously with smartness, but sometimes you will find out that some of your greatest challenges is working together with people who are in your space and you can address those challenges together. My last slide. So, what do I see? Remember, I spoke a lot about all the challenges, all the opportunities. And what I see is an opportunity for you to move your business in a way that makes sure that you're not playing little. It's an opportunity for you to say, let me start to think of building for the long term. Let me start to think of building for growth. In all the challenges we have in Nigeria, we've talked about health issues, education issues. Guess where a lot of the funding that we've supported a number of our entrepreneurs to go to? Into education, into health, into energy. The same places that have issues are the same places that, money is going to, capital is going through. So you're asking yourself, what can I do about this? Myself and Mr. Femi, who is one of the panelists today, we're having a conversation around even the opportunities with JAPA and how that's also creating, so many business problems, business solutions. I know two people who in the last 2 months have started geriatric services because people are traveling abroad, but their parents need to be cared for. Their parents have health issues. And guess what they're doing? They're going to schools of nursing that are state schools of nursing that people would not look at, right? Because they're not federal or they're not the people that easily travel out. And they're skilling those ladies and gentlemen who are in those schools and setting up geriatric practices to then support people who have parents, older people in Lagos and out of the country. Guess what? Some of them are even charging in foreign exchange. Because if you are living in Canada, just okay, you can pay a retainership of $50 a month, $100, very small money, right? But by the time you're translating it to foreign exchange here, it's something. There are people who are skilling up untalented young people because they realize the gap in the labor market, the gap that exists with unemployment and unemployability. There was somebody from one of our programs last Saturday who pitched on a business on skilling young people within the hospitality space. She's probably, she's what, in the 400 level or something, a student herself, training about 40, 50 people so that they can have jobs and or set up their businesses. So I see opportunities. I see potential. Is it going to be easy? No. It is not going to be an easy road or challenge. But in all of these gaps, are there opportunities that were there? And I see opportunities for partnerships, for change, growth, and progress. Last slide, I promise. So, in rounding up, your vision has to be clear. You can't level up with a small vision. You have to build for the long term. It also does not mean, some of you may have to close your businesses. I don't mean that in a bad way, because you look at the numbers and the way that business is being running now does not make sense. You have to close down a product, a service line. But as you are rebuilding, because for some of you, you're rebuilding, you're revamping, you're revisioning, you have to be clear. What is success going to look like? You know, and that vision has to be bigger than you. Any vision that still requires you as the person is not going to take you far. I talked about knowledge expansion. The way the environment is changing is so fast. Faith Foundation has been around for 23 years. But in fact, this year is like there's some things around. We've been doing what we're doing for 23 years. But it almost feels like, you know, supporting the entrepreneurs is a new dynamic. And I'm sure for some of you that have been running your business for at least 5 years, you see things are changing. Knowledge is going around very fast. So you need to be at the forefront of your space, your sector, your industry, your clients. What is changing? What is different? And how do I need to continue to revise my product, my services to that? You need to be accountable. You can't be at the next level and you don't have a board of advisors. And when people think of board, they always think of, no, it has to be a board of, no. You just need about 3 or 4 people who understand things around financial management, the sector or the space that you're running, market strategy, legal regulatory. At a minimum, you need those. And just say, please, every 3 or 4 months, can I come to you and share with you my plans, how I've done, so that I can get guidance? You need to be accountable, and that accountability has to be beyond you. And so if you don't have a team of people, a group of people who are experts, and a lot of people are willing to do that pro bono, who you are going to every quarter, or when there's a problem to bounce back on, there may be a problem. And then going to the point about the HOD's comment, it's also corporate governance. Now you want to raise money, and people don't know how you are spending money in your business. You don't have financial statements. You don't have financial, even if you're not auditing, you're not preparing statements of account. Nobody will give you money. And if people will give you money, they may not want to give you again. So accountability at all forms, corporate governance, accounting, those are next level things. And last but not the least, like I said, a lot of our growth is community growth, is pulling each other up, is helping each other, is working together. Some of our businesses in the agribusiness value chain are now pulling together to do things like logistics because there are logistics issues. Or you are pulling together to get somebody who does cold chain storage to provide storage for both of you. In fact, in some cases, they are pulling together to reach out to somebody who, for instance, provides tax advisory or financial advisory to small businesses and say, well, 10 of us are giving you business. Instead of charging us 100K a month, charge us 50K. We are giving you business at once. Our needs are slightly similar. So make sure that you're taking advantage of the community groups that Covenant Nation provides or Covenant Capital provides to leverage on growth, leverage on success. I was laughing at some video I saw on WhatsApp groups that said, oh, if your WhatsApp group does not talk about business, just exit. If your secondary school WhatsApp group does not talk about that. I mean, there was a point to it, right? Because it's around value. The associations that you're in, what value are they providing for you, for your growth, and your person? Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. That was amazing. That was super amazing. I mean, I took so many notes. I don't know. It was so insightful, right? Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ma, for sharing with us and giving us some of those powerful nuggets to level up our businesses. So I don't know if we, picked up anything very profound, right, that we would want to share with us before we move on to our next session. Is there anything we picked up that we would want to share? I mean, I picked up a lot. I have like 10 different hashtags for Level Up? Is there anyone that wants to share with us? So let me share a couple of mine, right? Please, we need help with the microphone. I mean, okay, so one that really hits me is that many times nobody is doing us. Our village people are not even involved, right? It's simply a gap in knowledge, and knowledge is power, right? So if I wanted to make a hashtag of that, I would say, in running my business, knowledge is power and bliss, right? I think the second one that I really loved is the ego believer, that concept. So if we sort of translate that to being an ego entrepreneur, what does that mean? It means that the challenges around you only propel you. There's no time to complain. There's no time for excuses. It's, if this is a challenge, if there's a gap, how do I leverage that to soar? You know, so hashtag ego entrepreneur. I'm giving people hashtags, so you should start posting on your social media. Okay, a couple of people had raised their hands who wanted to share with us. I could take maybe 2 or 3. All right, so I have the lady in white. Who's helping with the microphone, please? So just 2. You could just share with us very quickly. Thank you. Afternoon.
I'm
Good
Kolawole Mayokun. So, one of the things she said that stood out for me is, especially in a Christian community, it's good to believe in miracles. So, if you've prayed and maybe you have a boom in business, there is something that you did that brought that boom. So, you should be able to study it. What did you do? So that it won't be a one-off thing. It's going to be like a repeated breakthrough. So what miracle brings, hard work keeps. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hashtags. Okay, who's the next person? Okay, we have the lady in blue. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just 2 questions. One thing she said and repeated was ignorance is not an excuse. If, and not if, that is true. In that case, is there a book that contains all these things in a summarized for dummies kind of thing to help us? That's one. And then 2, this presentation is so helpful. I don't want the slides. Is there another book that one can buy? Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so that takes me to my next point, which is after now, we're going to have panel sessions, and then post the panel sessions, we would have a general Q&A session. So I like what you've done, that you've noted the questions down, and I'd like to encourage the rest of us to do the same. Those of us who are here and for those of us who are joining online, kindly note your questions, and then during the general Q&A session, we can then take them and you'd get the right answers. Okay? Awesome. Before I call up the anchor for the first panel session, I would like to acknowledge a couple of our industry leaders who have joined us. We have Mrs. Yide Oyemiyi from FIRS. You're welcome. We also have with us Mr. Tolu Shonaike, Assistant Director, the Registry Department at the CAC. You're welcome, sir. I would also like to acknowledge one of the big 4 global professional services firms, KPMG, who is also here with us today, and have been graceful to have about 10 over 10 of the advisors from there to join us. So they would also have a desk at the back to provide consulting advisory services to us during the second segment. All right. So moving on, I would like to invite the anchor for the first panel session in person of Mr. Eitayo Ogunyemi, and the panel session has on the theme, leveraging business compliance for competitive growth. Can we please give a round of applause as we welcome him?
All right, good morning once again, everybody. I hope we've been having fun so far. Has it been very helpful? Okay, so in this session, we are going to be discussing with some of the very, very important agencies that would help drive for compliance. And because we have a very short time, I will just go straight to inviting representatives. So first on the list, I'm going to be inviting up here is Mrs. Yedite Oyeniyi. That's the coordinator, FIRS, Lagos Island. You're welcome, ma. Please, I want you to celebrate her. Thank you for honoring us, ma. And then next on the list, please, let's celebrate her. All right, thank you very much. So next on the list, we have Mr. Tolu Shonaike, all the way from the Corporate Affairs Commission. Please, let's celebrate him. Mr. Tolu Shonaike is the Assistant Director, Registry Department at the Corporate Affairs Commission. I hope I'm correct with that. Okay, Registrar General's Office. You're welcome once again, sir. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so the next person we have here is Mrs. Monica Hemben Elmonjeze. Please, let's celebrate. I hope I got that right. Oh, that's a knock for me. Please, let's celebrate her. I want you to clap for her, as a really, really clap for her. You're welcome, ma. God bless you. You're welcome. Okay, so finally on this panel we have Mr. Isaac Olu Joshua. Mr. Isaac Olu Joshua, please let's clap for him. He's a finance professional and he's also a business advisor. I forgot to mention about Madam Monica, that she's the director at Lagos State Office of NAFDAC. And then to have a very balanced conversation here, we have a private consultant as well. So we are going to be talking about compliance from the in-house angle and also from the external angle. So for you to have the best of this conversation, just in case you are joining online, you can always drop your message, your questions in the comment box online. And for as many of you that are here live, there will be people standing around. If you have questions, please just pass your question to them, and then I trust that that would help us to have a very, very robust conversation. Thank you once again. My name is Eitayo Ogunyemi. I'm an outsider, and I'm a friend of the agencies. Thank you very much. All right. Once again, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We have the ladies in between. And it just shows that we are all protective. So please, let's clap for our ladies. Thank you very much. Okay, so we want to do this as quickly as possible. And I will just go through, do a rundown of questions one after the other. I'm going to be inviting... I'm also going to be inviting, in particular, each of us to answer some of these questions. And then we'd also have questions from our audience who actually also want to learn in this whole thing. So do we all agree that this is a balanced diet to an extent? Are we good? All right, thank you very much. So we go straight to the first question that I have here. And this question goes to Mr. Isaac, who interestingly is seated beside me. Okay, so Mr. Isaac, what are some of the biggest compliance challenges faced by businesses today? And how do you think that entrepreneurs can overcome these challenges so that eventually they can experience a sustainable growth in the business?
All right, thank you, Barrister. Okay, business challenges experienced by most SME businesses in terms of compliance. I would say one of our keynote speakers had mentioned what is the major key, and that would be lack of awareness. And as she has rightly mentioned, ignorance is not an excuse. But the truth is, as a business advisor, I've spoken with quite a number of business owners and entrepreneurs. And what you find out is most of them are not aware of what they are supposed to do. And what is compliance in itself? Compliance is you keeping fit or keeping abreast of the various regulations and requirements that guide your business, meeting those and satisfying those requirements. That is what compliance is. But how can you comply with what you don't know about? You see, and that's one major challenge. And it beholds that every business owners must abreast themselves of what is required to run their businesses. Now, your business starts with the Corporate Affairs Commission. That's where you get your business started, by registering an entity with them, okay? Now, but beyond that, and beyond you focusing on what you are set up to do, there are many other requirements that you need to be aware of, okay? And so once you take the first step to register your business, one duty you owe yourself as a business owner is to find out what are the other things I should be aware of in managing the business. So starting your business, which Johnny starts with, the CAC is not enough, right? But managing the business includes knowing the requirements. So that's the number one challenge. The second challenge is that, I think our keynote speaker also made mention of that. We have so many compliances. We have so many things, so many requirements, so many laws. She mentioned that sometimes it could be up to 60, up to 40, right? So someone asked myself, how can I keep up with all of this, right? But one interesting thing I would say is that Nigeria as a country is getting to a place and a point where we embrace digitalization. And I think that has really enabled a lot of compliance. So you talk about the FIRS with their Tax Pro Max, which is doing wonderful. You talk about the CAC, who had also digitized their process. Before now, I know what it means to file annual returns. But now you do all those things online. Even as a business owner who has a business name, you can now even register by your own self. Now, so those things are made enabled by embracing technology, right? So, and that is where, when we begin to talk about how to overcome those challenges, that is where it begins from. So number one, get aware. Number two, you might need to seek the advice of an expert, right? And I'm sure we are going to get to it eventually about compliance costs. But ultimately, sometimes you may not be fully aware. There are experts like myself, as I would say, who pays attention. Because one thing is, another challenge is that compliance is a moving target. So there are so many laws that are coming up every day, every day. The businessman says, look, I just want to focus on my business, right? And they are not even aware that there are other changes that has happened that they need to be abreast of. So when you have an expert who their own job is to focus on those changes, just in February, the president signed a bill into law, the Business Facilitation Act. That act in itself did a lot of changes to a whole lot of acts. It made some changes to the act of that guides CAC. It made changes to NHF. It made changes to immigration. It made changes to foreign exchange control. So you see that now, as a business owner, you are not done with what you're doing, right? And you are trying to now begin to remember that, oh, there's a new law that already made changes, right? So keeping abreast of that, and again, as we have mentioned at the onset, is not an excuse. So since you know that ignorance will not be an excuse, you may as well just engage the service of a professional or build an internal system where someone is constantly putting their eyes on that ever-moving compliance target.
All right, thank you so very much, Mr. Isaac. Please, let's clap for him. So just in case, Mr. Isaac mentioned a couple of innovations, and that's why we have the desk around. So you could just touch base with some of these agencies and ask for the links through which you can check what's happening. And another thing you mentioned is ignorance. Ignorance is not an excuse. We find that we even have people that have the wrong information. So you'll find they are running from their shadows. Well, I think that will lead me to my next question, which goes to, will I be appropriate to say the almighty FIRS? Okay, all right, so here's the question, Mrs. Oyeni. In what ways can compliance be leveraged as a competitive advantage? In essence, what are those things that would inspire people to really want to be happy to comply? In what ways can compliance be leveraged as a competitive advantage? And the second leg of the question is whether from your own experience, working over 30 years now, having this experience, from the archives of the FIRS, whether you know of examples of businesses that have successfully used compliance to differentiate themselves in the market space. Thank you very much.
I think I'll start from the second questions, because I'm aware that SME, the major issue they do have is compliance, because of the issue of keeping records. I'm not even talking of incomplete record. What people are after is, let me keep records of my income, whereas you have expenditure too. So there is income and expenditure. And in accounting, that's what every debit entry must have a corresponding credit entry. So if you are keeping record of your turnover, of your income, please don't forget to keep record of your expenditure. Even if you don't have specialists, I call accounting, professional accountant, but have a place where you will keep record of all your transportation. And as the last speaker said during our presentation, any time you discover booming in your business, please, who are those customers, clients that contributed to that success? Note it, follow it up. For example, yesterday, somebody I patronized for years called me, "Madam, we've not seen you for a long time." Please do so. Create relationship, robust relationship with your customers. That one will go a long way. Because I discovered that we are saying customer is king. Do you classify customer as king? How do you treat your customer in your businesses? For you to maintain them and increase your database of your customer. And most of the successful business today, they have passionate relationship with their customers. So let me now go back to FRS. The issue of compliance. 4 cardinal points that this administration, present administration, led by Mohamed Nami, our executive chairman, is customer-centric, customer-focused. We focus on you. We want to do more. We want you to have ease of doing business. And one of it is, if you remember, this January 2023, people, taxpayers, can just click 1 minute click away. You get your tax clearance. Aside that, even there is my co-panelist from State Internal Revenue mentioned compliance costs. There are some costs you need to save for your business. There is no ignorance. There is no excuse for ignorance. All this penalty, you should save it. Save yourself from it. Because that one is additional cost to your business. And for FRS, we have our taxes are known. And we have not gotten there, but we get there. We have education, enlightenment, webinar for all our taxpayers. Even some taxpayers, they don't even know. Like SME, if your turnover is 0 to within 25 million, you have been accepted from paying taxes. You are. If you are 25 million to 100 million, your tax rate is 20%, CIT, company income tax. So, but that does not mean you should not keep your record. There are some costs you should avoid to make sure that your business move forward. And data-centric, we are keeping records to update all the records of all our taxpayers. What are you doing? Are you keeping records? Do you have the list of your customers with you? Do you even send messages? Do you congratulate them? Please, we have a lot to do. And let me tell you, Rome was not built in a day. All those big companies, they started like this. Share knowledge, share experience. As you acquire experience, you are looking for how to move your business forward. Share with those people that are successful in that area. And even if you know those ones that have issue, what caused that issue? Because that one will take you a long way to move your business forward. We are here today. At the corner of your office or your homes, you can generate TIN, tax identification number. You can pay your taxes if you are within the threshold. And our doors are open to you, to everybody. We are here today because of you. If you have any other questions, and I mentioned it to the coordinator, that will project our email, our contact number.
Great.
Because there are a lot of things we will not be able to solve in this conference. But FRS, we are ready. So that there's a cost that you avoid. Please avoid it.
Thank
to
you
move your
so
business
very
forward.
much,
Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Oyeni. Solid points there. Just before we continue again, I think I've noticed that the first panel member, the second, of course, made reference to the presentation by Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi. Please, let's celebrate her as well. It means she did a very wonderful job there. Let's celebrate her. Thank you very much once again, ma. So again, I want to emphasize, don't be in a hurry to leave the auditorium. You would find that some of your best moments will be from the one-on-one interaction that you would have after this general conversation. So ensure to visit at the different desks for support. Thank you once again, Mrs. Oyeni. Thank you very much once again, ma. Okay, so I will quickly go to, or just before I do that, so let's turn this to fun, okay? You can check online, and here is, so don't mind me, I'm a lawyer and I'm also an educator, so I have an assignment. Should I call it a homework or a classwork? Which one should it be? All right, let's do a classwork. So here's the conversation. Compliance is cheaper, yes or no? I want you to engage on that conversation online using the hashtag level up. You can also use hashtag SME conference, or you use hashtag Covenant Capital. Compliance is cheaper, yes or no? Thank you very much. Okay, so we come to Mr. Tolu Shonaike, another almighty corporate affairs commission, which brings together the entire commissions anyway, or the entire agencies. So here's the question, Mr. Tolu. What are some of the most common compliance challenges that entrepreneurs in Nigeria face? And how does the CAC, Corporate Affairs Commission, support companies in overcoming these challenges? Now, this question is against the backdrop of, for instance, one of the things I've heard many entrepreneurs talk about is this function on the CAC website, the inactive status. And then, they start rushing everywhere. So, and I know that there are a number of other issues around that. So I don't know if you can help us speak to some of these issues. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I won't go online to partake in that quiz, but I'll tell you my mind straight out. Compliance is cheaper. Compliance is way cheaper. And you can ask Mrs. Adeyemi again after now. Our experience at the CAC, generally, and she mentioned it, the challenges entrepreneurs face. The first one and the most common is knowledge gap. And my friend mentioned it also. And I wish I were from saying this too. I know I'm a regulator, but there are just too many things to comply with. There are just too many rules, too many regulations, and I don't know how entrepreneurs survive. I don't know how they go around, but I guess that's why you are there as a consultant. That's what you sell, But again, the comfort is that this is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Doing business in the US or even in the UK, you also have to be abreast of these requirements. There are many, in some instances, in some states, there are even more than, on particular subjects, there are more than what we do here in Nigeria, you guys. And for me, what I always tell people is, we carry this thing around, we carry our phones around, and we use them a lot. We spend data, we browse. This information, they are readily available. It's just the finger touch away. Once you Google these things, every information you need about business is here. You may not get it in depth, but what you need is a guide. If you want to know, for instance, you're going to a particular business now and you Google and ask what are the regulatory requirements, to pop something up for you that can guide you. But again, it's just our nature not to generally, or maybe that does not cross our mind that we can get this information there. Our experience at the CAC, the most challenging aspect is about annual returns. If you get your annual returns right, all the information, every other requirement you need to fulfill, they are detailed in the returns, right? They are detailed in the returns. Everything about your structure, they are detailed in the annual returns. And it's a way of getting people to file returns, to address that issue that we decided, rather than just penalizing and raising penalties, writing to people and saying, this is how much you must pay your IRS and all of that, to introduce the status indication on the portal, right? If your annual returns are not up to date, your status will be indicated as inactive. But once you update your annual returns filings, I agree that this is one space where we have not gone end-to-end in electronic solutions, right? Filing and updating your status, there's still a gap. So you still need to do something after you file to make us update your status. Otherwise, every other of our processes are end-to-end. You don't need to come to our office. You don't need to send out mails. Once you've started, you end it, and then you can print, download your output. But in this instance, once you update your annual returns filings, you need to do a mail to the commission, to the spu@cac.gov.ng, that special project unit, telling us that you've updated your annual returns. And
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat that email?
SPU.
Okay,
S for
so
special.
please take note of that. Thank you.
S for special, P for project, and U for unit. Special project unit at cac.gov.ng.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can continue.
Then you need to do that mail to us, telling us that you have updated your annual returns filing. And attaching, when you file returns, there's something we generate for you. It's called acknowledgement letter. For each year, you get that letter. You print for your records. You can upload the downloaded version, upload it in the mail, and tell us that you have updated your returns. Request us to activate your status on the portal, and we will do that. Interestingly, the way it is now, anybody can inquire about your company status. If I know the name of your company, I just go to our search engine, and I put the name in. It will give me the basic information about you. Right? The most significant of them will be the status, whether you're active or not, for anybody who is hoping to get into business with you. And we have APIs for some institutions, some agencies, local and international. Practically all the embassies have access to this same database, this aspect of it. So when you apply for visa, using your company or your business name, they will check. When they find that you are inactive, they will deny you the visa. And they will state it there why they have denied you the visa. So you find that the consequence is far-reaching, right? And what we do, maybe later I will talk, if the time permits us, about your filing obligations. Somebody said it earlier that it is important that you understand the rules where you play. If you are going into business, take time to understand what the requirements are. Statutory requirements, operational conventions, industry practice. I think it was Jesus that said it that no man goes to build without first counting the cost and taking, understanding what it will take him. Right? And you don't go to war without first strategizing, understanding what is involved. So, as Christians too, we need to be diligent when we're going through these things. Like I said, like Mrs. Adeyemi said, ignorance is not an excuse. I don't like that. It's a cliche, right? Yeah, I feel because the cost of ignorance sometimes can be so huge. You may even, like she said, close your business. But the fact is that it is not an excuse. So we have to come to terms with that. Then, what are we doing to help entrepreneurs comply? The first thing we have done is to reduce costs, on several fronts. Even cost of entry into the space, business space. And more importantly, while you're there. And we did that, we're able to achieve that by deploying electronic solutions. For every of our processes, you just go online, create an account, go online, and submit your applications. And within the service timelines, you get your results. Right. That has not only reduced costs for our customers, it has also reduced time, the turnaround time on services. It's introduced convenience. Whether you're in traffic, whether you're at home, whether in your office, while you're here, you can, if you have the information, you can go ahead and submit whatever you're submitting to us. And we do this a lot, engagement. Adejoke was surprised when she understood that I was coming from Abuja to do this. But that's what we do, really. Every invitation we get, even if it's a small office, you are just 10. Once you tell us what you want us to come and do is to support you with information, to come and talk to you about operations, we will come. Not minding the cost.
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you for the round of applause. Mr. Tolu, thank you so very much for honoring our invitation once again. And I think that's actually very thrilling that at the beckon of people, the commission is easily accessible. Thank you so very much for that. Okay, so just before I move to the next question, one of those things that you said, which is very, very key, is the fact that entrepreneurs, startups need to take their time to understand requirements, especially statutory and different agencies' requirements in doing their businesses. And I'm happy that that's one of the reasons, for instance, why we have Covenant Capital Business School. I'm aware that the faculty is opening up, especially today, to allow a number of people that would be passionate about building their knowledge within the space. Now, admission has closed, but I understand that there is that special opportunity. So would you also want to celebrate them, please? So the link is going to be shared before we end the conversation today. So thank you once again, Mr. Tolu, for that. So we come to NAFDAC, Mrs. Monica. The very interesting thing from field experience that I know is that we have, just by way of simplifying it, 1,001 entrepreneurs out there that are doing great stuffs. But they are scared that they are unable to meet the requirements to scale their business, to be able to have NAFDAC approval and then take their business to the next level, which eventually would help GDP and also even would help them to become more profitable and help the economy as a whole. So here is the question, just to put in capture, but that's really what it looks like. And I hope I'm speaking the mind of many entrepreneurs that are here. So here's the question, Mark. What advice do you have for businesses that want to ensure compliance with food safety regulations? I am selling Zobo. My Zobo is very good, but I don't have a place that meets the standard of what I need to get NAFDAC NAFDAC approval rather. And then what advice do you have for this set of people? And what steps can they take to prevent product recalls and other issues that could damage their reputation, the bottom line of the business, and even crumble the business as a whole? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. Let me first appreciate Covenant Capital for the SME conference. Was here a couple of years ago with Shanaike, so this is a constant, and we celebrate you for that. I'd also want to appreciate the keynote speaker. That's one of the most balanced presentations that I have listened to when you talk about SME. I really appreciate that presentation. Very, very commendable. So from a regulatory perspective, most of the questions have already been answered. If you listen to her presentation and some of what my co-panelists have said here. First of all, what we've observed is in the MSME space or NMSME space, there's a lack of knowledge. Many people go into business not really understanding the business that they're going into, whether you're talking from a regulatory perspective or from a technical perspective. So for example, even the Zobo you talked about, many people just feel, oh, you just put some hibiscus plants in hot water, boil it up, pour it out, product ready. Now you can begin to think of so many things that could go wrong in that process. But let's park that. Our keynote talked about the presidential enabled Enabling Business, PEBEC. And for those of us on the side of government, PEBEC is something that we really bought into, ease of doing business, supporting growth of the sectors, and diversification of the economy. But when you talk about that and you're looking at growth of sectors, one thing that is very clear is that there is definitely a gap between the regulator and the regulated. Now, I'll say this. She also mentioned that regulators are usually coming from a point of looking for fault, as in violations. That is historical. So when you go historically, and I'm not saying necessarily that it's right, but it's how did we get to a point of regulation? Regulation came in after most of the sectors were up and running. So when regulation started, enforcement was where it started from. A couple of years later, we're here. We're now at the point where we are engaging with the regulated sectors. And I will ride on what my colleague from CAC said, Shanaike, going out to meet the sector. We were in Faith Foundation a couple of weeks ago, and we had less than 20 or 30 people in the room. But I went personally with my team, and you can verify that. Miss Nelly is here, and the team is at the back. Because I'd heard a lot about Faith Foundation, I see a lot of their paperwork, and I said, okay, this is an opportunity for us to engage. And we did, and we continue to do that. What we've now done in the Lagos State Office, where I have responsibility, we have created the Lagos State Office Regulatory Outreach. And flagging off that initiative, we called in the community, the groups, the associations. So I'm writing on what the keynote said. It is easier for you to engage as a group than to engage as an individual. So if you're in a space and you have not formed that community, you need to form that community, because that community makes your engagement easier. So for example, we get an invitation from Association of Zobo Producers. Makes it easier for us to engage than going to engage with one person at a time. And you select those who will be able to cascade that knowledge down. Because in as much as we're ready to serve, we have our own constraints as well. So if we engage that group and you have trained the trainers and you cascade it down, we end up building and strengthening the sector. So the Lasoro understands and appreciates that there is a gap, and we're ready to bridge that gap. Digitization has been mentioned, and I'm surprised you didn't mention NAFDAC, and I'm sitting right beside you. Yes, because the application is digital, it's online. It's a digital application. We now moved also from a point of appreciating that we have not only SMEs, nano. The nano is new to us. Nano is one person. Nano, small, micro, medium. And in appreciating that, we have different requirements at different levels. So if you enter at the nano level, the requirement you have is different from if you enter at the small or the micro. So we've been able to go back and look at our requirements, bearing in mind that quality, safety, wholesomeness, and efficacy cannot be compromised. Because at the end of the day, you must still assure the quality of the product. But we've made it easier for you that are using your kitchen, for example, to produce a product, to get that registration that allows you access the market. So we're there, we're ready, we're engaging, and we'll continue to engage to make sure that we bridge that gap between the regulator and the regulated and make it easier for products to get to market. Thank you.
Please let's appreciate Mrs. Monica. That's a great one there. Thank you so very much. And I think you said something that really, really resonates. It's deeper than that which was said. So I would want everyone to go reflect on that. She said it's easier to engage as a group than as an individual. And I think there's something biblical about that. Who agrees with me? Right? So you need to really, really go reflect on a number of these things that have been said. Thanks so very much once again, Ms. Monica. So just in case you have questions, please keep your questions, keep them coming. I'm taking note of them already, and I hope that time permits us to really delve into this question. So I'm going to be moving at random because we are taking questions from the audience. The first question is maybe should I, let me allow Mrs. Oyeni to address this. People find it difficult sometimes, entrepreneurs find it difficult to understand the difference between the tax returns and the corporate affairs returns. So I don't know if you could just quickly, shed light on this so that people can have a better understanding about the difference between these two returns. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I go to that, I have the contact and the email of FRS,
Okay.
if they have any complaints.
Oh,
So
thank
please,
you very much. So please
I
pick
don't
your
want to
pen and your
forget.
notes. All right. Maybe you can quickly do that, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You can share the contact. Or, okay, you can send to me. I mean, we will get it. Just send to one of my colleagues. So we're going to put it on the screen so that you can take note of that. So you can just send via WhatsApp, or we can do that much later so that I don't disturb the flow of your thoughts.
Okay, no problem. Your question is, what's the difference between the tax returns filed by taxpayers to FRS and CAC? The tax returns filed to FRS is your audited account. I hope we know what is called audited account. Audited account, your financial statements with your tax computations, where you will state your net profit and add back as in line with the tax law, and your tax computation will show your tax paid, your tax payable, and capital allowances, your fixed asset computations, and the rest. But to talk about the CAC filing, I believe that my co-panelist
Mr. Tolu should do
will
justice.
help me out.
All right, so let's just quickly listen to Mr. Tolu on that question as well. I know that the tax filings influence some of the filings at the corporate affairs, so we'll just allow you to do that, sir.
Okay, well, she has explained it. The difference between what you file at the CAC and what you file at the FRS, both of them are annual. With the FRS, it's about money, it's about your tax. CAC is not interested in your tax. Okay, what we want is information about the preceding year or the year of return, right? Information about your structure, whether you have maintained the same structure, whether you are still at the same address, whether your directors are still the same, whether your proprietors or partners, in the case of business names, are still the same. If you are still faithful to, if what you say you do is still what you do, who are your shareholders, and who are those who exercise significant control, whether directly or indirectly, over what you do as a corporate body for companies and limited liability partnerships. So for us, it's just about information. And that is critical, because at every point, we need to have statistics on what happens in the space. So it's information for us, and everything is online. Just populate the fields. Now, you're also required to submit, if you're not a small company, you're also required to submit audited accounts to accompany that return that you're filing. I hope in time we'll be able to talk about what exactly constitutes a small company. Madam has mentioned it, a part of it. The part that relates to your turnover, your annual turnover. Okay, but there are more than that for the purpose of CAC. You have net assets, you have those who participate, those who are there, and you have whether the kind of company that it is. There are quite a number of other mixes that constitutes defining what a small company is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In addition to what my co-panelist said, audited accounts, which is also called financial statements, consists of your turnover, your income, and your expenses, and your fixed assets. Your fixed assets. So, at a glance, we must be able to see the tax, your position of the company as at particular date. That's what they call balance sheet. In addition to the due date of filing, if your accounting year end is 31st December, we are expecting you to file. 6 months, you have within 6 months grace. So that means 30th of June, you have to file. So that's the due date of filing. So CAC, is it the same thing?
Okay, well.
I want us to say the difference.
Okay, fine.
Well, very quickly. Very quickly.
Filing timeline, that's what you're talking about, ma'am. Okay, for companies, you are required to file. Ordinarily, you have 9 months after the date to which your return is, your audited statement is made, which usually will be your financial year end, to lay that statement as audited before your members at a general meeting. So you have 9 months from the date. Now you have 14 days after laying that at the general meeting to file with the CAC. So ordinarily, if your financial year end is 31st December, what that means is that you still have between 1st of January the next year and 30th September to make up your audited to make up your audited statements and then lay it before the meeting. And then 14 days after laying it, you have to, after the meeting, you have to file with the CAC. Howsoever you do it, for every year you must have a return. So the mix there is not something I want to go into here. You see, and that's why you need...
I want to recommend something, actually.
Yes.
I'm aware that the CAC has a robust platform where they have attempted to answer a number of questions. And it's one of the reasons I'm not going to be taking some of these questions. So there is the FAQ on the CAC portal. And I don't know if Mr. Tolu knows but then, just check CAC website out. You would find this majority of these questions have been answered. You can check the CAC website. So I think that answers a number of our questions. But there are actually some key questions here that I think one way or the other we have to address. My fear is the time, but hopefully our panelists are able to help us to attend to these questions briefly. So I'll be coming to Mrs. Monica. This is actually for NAFDAC. And this person says, thank you very much for the insightful session, NAFDAC. Oh, you understand that. I'm in the dry food industry. My single product is NAFDAC certified. Each time I go for exhibition, people keep asking me why I don't have smaller sizes. When I tell them I have to go through the ordeal of registration before I can start selling in smaller sizes, they are like, that is not true. And it's rather irrational. They say since it is the same product and the same kind of packaging, there is no need to have to go through registration, the rigors of certification again. Can NAFDAC throw more light on this? And is there a way they also, as an agency, guide to unlearn, relearn, and learn, and blah, blah, as they say, change? I think we already get the gist.
Okay. Thank you very much. Actually, it's not the same process. If you have a product registered and you have different pack sizes, it's an administrative procedure. You apply for a pack size extension. So you're not going through the whole process. Once the packaging is the same, it's a pack size extension. So
that's just straightforward.
That's very straightforward.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am. So just in case, for the person that sent this question, you can check. I believe that we have a stand as well where you would also be held by the hands to know how you can go about this. Thank you so very much for that insight, ma. So I have this question, and it has to do with taxation. And the question is this: how can I sort out my tax issue and filing for a small business of 5 years? The penalties figure my tax accountant gave me is far beyond the capacity of my small school business. I'm beginning to feel that professionals are the problem here. Yes or no, discuss. Go to the online space. My annual return is less than 3 million naira in a year. So, Mrs. Oyeni, can you help us attend to this one? Thank you very much.
annual turnover is less than 3 million.
Yes.
During my earlier discussion, I mentioned it, that small company within 20 is 0 to 25 million. You are being accepted from tax. So you are not expected to file if 3 million, but you need to have your tax identification number. It's compulsory.
Okay, so I was also going to clarify, under the threshold of 25 million, is there a need to file a new return for whatever purpose?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm wondering if you can shed light on that, man.
Okay.
For entrepreneurs with a turnover of less than 25 million.
Okay. For entrepreneur that has less than 25 million, you are exempted from pay tax, but that does not mean you should not file. That does not mean you should not file your returns. I'm talking about the exemption from tax, not from your filing your return. Because the following year, your turnover may grow to above 25 million. And that one will take me to value-added tax. Please, for value-added tax, it's good for you to keep your record. We are saying 25 turnover below 25 million should not bother to pay to file for VAT. But during the year, if your turnover is about 25 million, what will you do? So, to be on a safer side, I will advise you to file, so that at the point your turnover fall above that threshold, you know you have to remit and pay tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. So they say two things are very, very sure in life. What and what? Oh, we don't know. Please, when you get home, who should they ask? Just go online and search for two things are certain in life, what and what. Then you can also join the hashtag. All right, thank you very much, ma. I think Mr. Tolu wants to add something to that. Very briefly.
Yeah, just to add to what Adam just said. That status is not permanent. It's a very fluid one, right? It's any time you are in that category that you enjoy that exemption. And then I want to commend to you, be interested in Finance Act. It's an act that is reviewed every year. And it touches on so many things, particularly this definition of small companies. Now, it is 25 million this year because the Finance Act says it's 25 million. Next year, the Finance Act may review some other figure. That figure is what will guide the FRS. That is the same figure that will guide us at the CAC. So when you hear 25 million, and tomorrow you now hear 30 million or 20 million, don't be surprised. It's because tomorrow, Finance has reviewed it, either upward or downward. So be interested in the Finance Act. It touches on a lot of things about tax incentives and other incentives.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Tolu. So I would also want to encourage that we should check up Startups Act. It has a lot of incentives that young entrepreneurs, startups can also leverage on. So just check it. You see the number of articles. Mrs. Adenike also mentioned earlier on that you need to have a board. So get advisors that will guide you on how this whole thing works so that you can also leverage on the opportunities that would help you to also ensure that you are gaining value for your tax system. Okay, so finally, to wrap this conversation, I'm going to ask Mr. Isaac this question. This person is one of our online audience and is asking, how can a typical SME properly set up internal systems to track the changing policies? Maybe we put it this way. How do I have a system that helps me to know what to do and also prepare for the future, if we can put it that way?
Okay, thank you. Before I answer that question, I quickly just add to the last question. So the person is asking for 5 years, and it's important to quickly mention that the very first Finance Act was of 2019, which came into effect in 2020. So if you look 5 years back, the exemption that has been mentioned will not cover those years before the Finance Act. So yes, there may still be some taxes to pay. That's number one. Number two is the exemption is a little bit not also related to, or let's say is limited only to limited liability companies. So if you set up as a business enterprise, the exemption from company income tax sadly would not apply to you. It will apply to you on the VAT aspect, but not necessarily on your income tax, which is paid to the state revenue authority. Right. Now, to answer the question you've asked, I'm not aware currently if, or I would say I don't know of any software in particular for you to be able to track compliance. However, this is what you could do. There are so many bookkeeping softwares, right, that you can use because Madam Oyeni had mentioned about keeping data, keeping records. So the first thing you need to do is to be able to keep proper records of your activities. Number two, and this is talking to setting up an internal system, okay, for you to track. Number two, we talk about corporate governance. So let's say you have someone on your board who is very knowledgeable in what ought to happen or what you need to do. Imagine you walk up to that person and you present your state of affairs. The person can easily pinpoint to you that, why are you not considering this? Why are you not considering that, right? So you need that. And lastly, as I've also mentioned before, you can either hire an external consultant who looks into your books from time to time, or you have an internal person who is knowledgeable in that field, who is able to go through the books and say, we need to be abreast of this, we need to be abreast of this, we need to be abreast of this. Like I mentioned, compliance is a moving target. My co-panelist from CSA already mentioned, the Finance Act is being reviewed from year to year. So there will be changes from time to time, right? And I understand that business owners want to focus on business, but you must also have an internal mechanism, either something that you outsource to other party or you hire a compliance officer internally, right, at a little cost, who is able to, his job function is to keep eyes on that moving target and constantly advise you as a business owner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isaac. So I'm likewise not aware of any software, but I'm aware that there are relationships you can leverage on, just as Mr. Isaac already said. Creating a board shouldn't be an expensive exercise. You can leverage on relationships. You do not need to abuse relationships. So there are two different things. And one of the things I tell entrepreneurs is that if you can sell your passion, if I see what that business is doing to make a positive change, and it's not just we are making money, I think people easily say yes to something that is worth living for. So you can also pick that as one of the things you are taking away from this conversation. So once again, because our time is up, we want to thank our panelists. Thank you so very much for honoring our conversation. For honoring this program. Please, thank you so very much, Mr. Isaac. Thank you, Mrs. Monica. Thank you, Mrs. Oyeni. And thank you, Mr. Tolushonaike. God bless you, and we love you. Please, let's clap for everybody as they take their leave from the platform. Thank you very much. All right, so the program will continue. Remember, we are also still going to have a second session, a second panel session, and which will be bringing on board people with experience from the field. So I hope that you would also stay tuned for that. Please let me invite again Yunini to take over. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please celebrate our panelists one more time? That was super, super insightful. And I trust that we all picked a few things that would help us, with our businesses. I know that we have many more questions, either written down somewhere or in our minds. but I just want to remind us that we have and have one-on-one time. So I don't want us to feel left out or that we're going to be leaving here with questions on our minds that are unanswered. Just another quick update. There's been a slight change. I had earlier announced that we're going to have a general Q&A session. So what we're going to do instead is, just like we saw with the first panel session, questions relating to the theme that was discussed would be taken during the panel session. Okay, and like I said, the ones that are still pending, we would have an opportunity to ask later on. So when we have the second panel session here, we would have the opportunity to ask questions as relating to the topic that would be discussed. And then we also have, just to reiterate, the desks that we have at the back, we can all meet up with. We have the CAC, we have NAFDAC, FIRS, KPMG, and Bumper. So I just, just as we prepare our minds to have this conversation. So before we move on to the second panel session very quickly, as we're running out of time, our keynote speaker, Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi, has a final thought to share with us before she steps out. So I'll just give her a few minutes to share that.
I hope I can stay here. Yes, thank you. So just a final roundup point, because sometimes when we hear a lot of the things that we have to do for regulatory compliance, it can be very overwhelming. And I just want to encourage you. It is honestly, unfortunately, part of the journey of entrepreneurship. Two things. What are the two things a lot of business people look for? Number one, just mention. Number one, information, okay. Number two, profit. Number three, money, finance. Number four, you're looking for customers, right? Now, to look for customers, you are trying to access market. Part of next level is you being able to send your product outside of where you are. So Lagos, to be able to send it around. But a lot of us are looking at West African markets and even globally. If you think that complying with NAFDAC is hard, try to export your products and services. When I say export, I'm not saying you put it in a suitcase and somebody is carrying it to you to the UK or Canada, but really that. And part of that means that you have to build the diligence. So, in fact, a few of our entrepreneurs who now send things out of the country, one of the things that they will tell you is they sort of have built the tenacity, having been able to go through the process that they have to go through locally, all the forms, the applications, to understand that even to ship things in ECOWAS region, we thankfully have an AFCTA Act that is coming up that would allow us to also allow Nigerian entrepreneurs and even African entrepreneurs to be able to ship things in the continent. And there's a lot of opportunities there. But that also means you have to read, you have to understand, you have to file, you have to comply. That's number one. Another emphasis, if you're looking for money, a lot of institutional investors, whether banks, whether even people, we give grants at Faith, we give some funding and opportunities. There's certain, all these things, you have to comply with them. Unfortunately so, because if you don't comply with NAFDAC, we don't want a situation where somebody takes your product and then lands in the hospital because you did not follow through certain food safety and quality standards. Last but not the least, I would be remiss if I don't mention there's a Faith Foundation desk at the back. And why I'm saying that is because one of the things we've also done is also to make sure that we set up groups to support our businesses along sectoral areas. Because a number of the issues that have been mentioned, if you're in the hospitality space, there's a whole different issue. If you are in the food space, there's a different issue. If you're in the health space, there's a different issue. And so what we've done then is make sure that we've built a lot of our community groups around supporting
our phrase for this? What? Level up. What is it? What is it? So can we just turn to someone beside us and say, level up? Awesome. Okay, so for the second panel session, which would be focused on the theme, business resilience, adapting at the speed of change. I would like to call up the anchor, Mr. Victor Onyekere. Could you please celebrate him, give him a round of applause as he comes up?
All right. I trust we're having a great time. Nobody responded to me. Okay. One of the things I always like to say, please can we put on the timer? Thank you. One of the things I always like to say is, all of the things that we say here today will not change your business. It will not affect your business if you don't do anything about it. So it's what you do that creates the level up, the growth, and the scaling. So you want to start asking yourself, what is my resolve? We've gone the first panel, we're having the second panel. What am I going to do differently? You know the popular quote, it's only a mad person that would keep doing the same thing, right? And expect a different result. So you want to go back and say, where do I need to make adjustments? So let us bring another incredible set of superhumans that is going to be doing this panel session with me. So first, we have Mr. Olufemi Olaya. Olufemi Olaya is a business management innovation and entrepreneur executive with more than 22 years of multifaceted experience in personnel management, stakeholder management, marketing, business innovation. He's a serial entrepreneur with 6 startups under his belt. That's something to clap about, please. Let's celebrate Mr. Olufemi. All right. And we have the next panelist, who amazingly still, carries the same name, but of course a different surname. Let's welcome Femi Bejide. Femi is the CEO of Clan Africa, a fintech platform helping thousands of businesses offer buy now, pay later to consumers across Africa, in addition to helping thousands of families pay their rent in monthly installments. Let's celebrate Mr. Femi. And then we have Funta Iboye. Funta is the CEO of 528, a global design, architecture, and property development firm positioned as a catalytic tool for nation building and kingdom advancement. Let's celebrate Funta. And then the last but not the least is Aminat Jegede. She's an associate director in the Tax, Regulatory, and People Services Division of KPMG Advisory Services, with over 13 years experience in consultancy, taxation, financial analysis, and banking operations. She currently leads the team to deliver exceptional tax compliance and advisory services to companies operating in the Nigeria oil and gas industry. Let's celebrate Aminat. All right, and my humble self. Okay, nobody will clap for me. All right. So before we start, Aminat, it's important to say this so that we don't feel left out. This panel is made up of Fs. So we are the odd people. So I've chosen an F. So guys, I'm Fisayo today for the purpose of this panel because, it has to be Fantastic Five. What do you think? So, I start thinking of you. Okay, so we have an all Fs panel, and I'm so excited to do this. Before we begin, a few housekeeping rules. There's going to be questions. And of course, we would like to engage the audience directly. So you'll be given an opportunity to ask your questions. I'm going to pass the mic to you so that, I think it's going to be a bit more clearer when you're asking directly to the different panelists. Is that okay? Is that okay, everyone? All right, thank you. And before we now launch into this conversation, I'd like all the panelists to raise their right hand, please. Thank you. So I'd like you to repeat after me. So if I say I, you mention your full names. I. Great. Do solemnly affirm that when responding to my questions, I'm not going to exceed the 4 minutes timeline. So help me God. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them. All right. So that's one way to communicate that we have to do this super quick. So I'm going to start with Funta. Funta is a key player in the interior and design space, right? It will be interesting to hear how you were able to lead the entire 528 team, right, through the COVID. And now, why this is important is your business model requires a lot of physical contact. So what were the key essentials from a business owner standpoint? Because we've got a lot of business owners here. From a business owner standpoint, what were the key essentials that helped you drive business continuity, post-COVID for 528?
Thank you so much, Victor, for that question. And I'm honored to be here. So, talking about COVID, I think that even aside COVID, interestingly, so we've had, more recently a downtime in my business. And, it's one thing to be a business leader showing up, every day at your company, and then you're going through a downtime and you still have to be a boss, leading people to do what they need to do when maybe, for instance, you're not being able to pay salaries, funds are not coming in. So the economy in that season is kind of tough or it's tight. So for COVID, for instance, businesses were shut down, but we realized that as more people stayed at home, they realized that, they needed to do home offices. They needed, their houses were not fine. They needed to, do up their spaces. So we were in business. So COVID was not COVIDing us. Permits my English, right? So we were in business. We had to go to people's homes, to set up their home offices, to, make over their sitting rooms, living rooms, master bedrooms. So we were actually working, right? But it was, for me at that season during COVID, was really learning. I remember I was online a lot, listening to Craig Goschel on leading in hard seasons. But that prepared me, because personally in our business, like I said, we were booming in COVID, right? But we were in a recent season where we were not booming. Funds were not coming in, clients were not paying us, and then I had salaries to pay. And I still had to show up. We had projects that needed to be done, and I had to show up as a boss and say, okay, guys, I've not paid your salaries for 2 months, but you need to do this, you need to do that, right? So what helped me in that season was understanding that really as a leader, is beyond just people's salaries. People are loyal to you because of how you care for them. So one thing that I'm big on in my business is, yes, the customer is the king, but it's your client, it's your people that make the customers happy. So if your people are not happy, your customers will not be happy, right? So I'm very big on, I'm so people-centric, I'm very big on, taking care of my people. So I realized that in that season when I was not able to pay salaries for 3 months, nobody wanted to resign. I literally had to let some people go because we had to, cut costs. So it was about really understanding that if I take care of my people, they'll take care of the clients and more money will come in. So that was one major thing for me in that tough season. And another thing was growing myself. I think we mentioned it, and the keynote speaker mentioned it, and also in the last panel, taking time to learn, relearn, and unlearn. So I was listening a lot to, leaders that I looked up to, leaders that I admired, and I was, gaining more wisdom on how to be a leader, leading in tough seasons. So while we were in a tough season, the economy generally was also in a tough time, right? So it was being able to negotiate with my people. Okay, this is what's happening now. This is what I need to do. I need to cut down on your salary. I need to do this. And people were willing to stay because of the value that the company had offered them. And when we overcame that season, people were grateful that we went through that. So for me, I would say really focusing on your people is so important as a leader leading in tough seasons.
A resounding applause to that. So Funto, this is water gun. You came with AK-47. I don't. So it's important to also mention that the business advisory desk will open up after this panel. So please, let's not go to the decks and let's not create a lot of noise and things like that. Let's be orderly, let's follow the progression, right? Thank you, everyone. So I'm going to come to Mr. Olufemi. All power belongs to you, sir, because, putting 6 startups under your belt is not an easy feat, so I must really respect that. It takes a lot of courage, right, to build and lead 6 startups. You've got a knacker for the big picture, right? And in this room, and also in our virtual YouTube live streaming, right, we've got a lot of business owners, SME business owners, early stage startup founders, right? Building across different sectors. How important is the big picture in scaling a small business in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for that question, and thank you for having me on this panel. The big picture is what drives everything. If there's anything you need to succeed at all in business, it is your mind. You got to have a very positive mind. You got to have a can-do attitude. You've got to be courageous. You've got to be able to weather the storm. And you won't be able to do or have any of those if you don't have a big picture. If you have a big picture, whatever little obstacles that come your way, you will not even see it because you are going that far. If I want to go home, there's no traffic that will hold me back from going home. But if I set out to just go anywhere, then if I meet with some traffic on the road, I will turn away and go somewhere else. So the big picture is where you keep your mind on. And that big picture gives you energy, gives you courage. You keep on saying, that is where we are headed. And once we get there, things will get better. In fact, you won't even know that you are hurting because you have your mind on the big picture. So you must continually feed your mind to a position or to a place where you are an incurable optimist. You have to be a realist by the side. Don't forget that data, information, and all of those things are important for decision making. But in all of these things, you must keep your mind, keep the big picture to make you become an incurable optimist.
Wow, that was so superb. Covenant Capital, we are Christ-centered in our approach to how we, help corporate professionals and business entrepreneurs, right? And so it's important that I say, just to accentuate what Mr. Femi said, Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 3 says, write a vision and make it plain upon table. So it's important that you've got something that you're pursuing, and that sort of like galvanizes everybody in the team, and there's something that, you're looking forward to. So I think it's very important to have that picture, right, and then you're building towards that. Let's move straight to Mr. Femi, right? So Femi, according to International Labour Organization, ILO, SMEs, right, and this was a very, very interesting statistics, right? They contribute 48% of the national gross domestic products. They account for 96% of businesses and a whopping 84% of employment in Nigeria, right? So that's a very, interesting statistics. If you ask me anyway, how can SMEs, and I'm asking this because, you are someone that plays granular at that space, how can SMEs tap into technology infrastructure to scale their business? Since we're talking about level up.
All right, thank you very much for having me here. I'll start by addressing some of the myths around technology for SMEs. One of the key challenges that's in my many years of engaging growing businesses, as I like to call them, is the overemphasis on technology, right? I've been in technology for a while, but one of the things I've seen MSMEs make mistakes on is saying tech is everything. It's a big mistake. Yes, technology enables you to grow, but one of the things you hear, and I wrote it down here, the first thing people say typically is, I need my own tech. That's wrong. A lot of people want to build their technology. It's one of the big pitfalls that many small businesses fall into. I mean, I've had many MSMEs approach, I want to build an app, you are not ready for that level, right? There are many tools that you can leverage without necessarily having to build your own. It's very important that I put that out. There are three key areas that you probably need to focus on. You have to follow the money. The first thing is, how do I put my goods before my customers? There are many, many tools that you can leverage free of charge to put your goods before customers. One of the most under-emphasized and super platform, I feel, is WhatsApp. WhatsApp is probably one of the biggest blessings to this generation. Many MSMEs have grown at scale. I remember, I think, was it 2 years ago, a particular startup raised, I think, 500K USD. At the time when they were engaging investors, their customer information was just in WhatsApp groups, like literally. They had created multiple WhatsApp groups, as they were onboarding merchants, onboarding stuff. Don't say, I have to build this groundbreaking technology. Leverage what is on ground. WhatsApp is one of the most powerful tools. People ask me from time to time, do I have a website? Do I need to build a website? I always argue this, right? If you're not ready for it, just focus on the channels that your current customers see you through, right? WhatsApp, social channels like Instagram, Facebook, be very, very strong in those places. Once you get to a critical point, you know when you need a website, right? And you can always have certain tools online that you can use to build your website, plug and play, and so on and so forth, right? The second thing is, which is very crucial, is once you put your tools out there, your products out there, how do you receive money? One of the big gaps I've seen that MSMEs have is that you'll be shocked, a lot of people still send customers their personal account details. It's one of the most shocking things that you'll find. You'll find that I buy stuff online and the person sends me Jude, AK, and so on. Personal account details. You can't do that. This is 2023. There are so many tools that you can use to generate very smart account numbers, right, that will hold your business name and you look very professional. You can't be saying, nobody will take you as serious as you should be taken. There are many big businesses that are falling short, even in accessing finance, because they still run their accounts with their personal accounts. So you need to walk away from that. And then thirdly, I think the speaker, the first session speaker mentioned how, you need to have, like, I call it customer relationship management tool, right? You need to keep in touch with your customers. There are many free CRM tools that will help you aggregate all your customers, keep in touch with them, send them messages, SMSs, HubSpot. There are many of them. Even I think one of the ones at the panel at Bumper is also a very strong platform. Even at Clan, we also have a platform that can help you aggregate your customers and send them messages and likes, right? So take advantage of all these platforms, but the emphasis will have to go back to the beginning. Try to avoid saying, I need to build my stuff myself. Thank you.
Wow, thanks a lot, Femi. Before we go ahead, it's also important to mention that we've got some of these, Femi mentioned Bumper, we've got some of the decks around. So if you want to engage personal one-on-one, ask some very deeper questions that we won't be able to take at the panel session. We've got NAVDAC, they're still very much around. We've got Faith Foundation, and interestingly, Faith Foundation has a lot of resources, for entrepreneurs to create the right systems, the right processes, things on legal, tax, accounting, finance, and then we also have KPMG, and they came with about 10 advisors, so they are ready to deal with all of your business problems. And we have Bumper, your all-in-one business to, business inventory, payments, managing all of that. Of course, speaking back to using technology to scale that plantain chips, that tomato, that fashion or whatever it is that you're building that is not really technology, so to speak. So, let's talk about, given your granular consulting experience, right? I understand that the nature of your role at KPMG enables you to really interact with lots of these, SMEs, right? How can small business owners build continuity plan, right? in the event of economic downturns? How can they build, of course, anticipate, prepare, and then build, a continuity plan?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me on this panel. I think there has been a lot of lessons that were learned in recent times, especially in COVID. And a lot of businesses were resilient during that period. I was very interested to hear that a business as big as a hotel actually started a delivery business during COVID, because at that time, that was what the people needed. So for small SMEs, what I would say is you have to think consistent continuity. You have to think consistent visibility. I think one of the panelists actually mentioned earlier that sometimes it's not about your passion. You have to think of what do the people need. And that's how you can continue to grow during resilient times. So you can start up and say, I want to provide services to fellow SMEs, but the SMEs are not forthcoming. It doesn't mean that that business has failed. What it means is that at that moment, that is not what the people need, and you've got to be agile, you've got to be very flexible in the kind of services that you're providing. One thing I would also like to mention is collaboration. A lot of SMEs are not really big on collaboration. I deal with a lot of SMEs in my personal space, and I was very impressed recently. I wanted to take some photographs. And when I got to the studio, I noticed that about 5 photographers were there. And I had to ask my photographer to say, why do you have so many photographers there? And her response was, oh, this is a shared space. So what that told me was, even though that space is expensive, they're sharing the cost. And it's able to help each of them to manage their expenses in terms of, I don't need to pay the full rent. I don't need to pay for the full studio. So you need to think out of the box all the time as to what you can do to continue to engage your customers. Yes, customer is king, your people are king, and you need to also ensure that you follow the news. You see, continuity in Nigeria is all about knowing what the government plans to do. They mentioned Finance Act, right? There's a draft 2022 Finance Act. How many people have read it? Because by the time that law gets signed, whatever is included inside is going to affect you as a business. So you need to follow the rules of the land. You need to also understand what is happening in your environment. So yes, there's been a lot of discussions about technology. Mr. Femi mentioned WhatsApp. There was a time when selling was all about Instagram, right? Before WhatsApp came up with the WhatsApp status messages. And now I know a lot of people that are actually making a killing on WhatsApp. I met some chap when I traveled recently. They were selling digital courses. And I was interested, and I asked them that, what platform do you people use to sell this? Guess what? It was WhatsApp. And they were also collaborating. So continuity at the end of the day is you need to know what the people want. Where are people spending their time? A lot of us are on our mobile phones, right? You have friends, you have resources around. Leverage those resources. I think that's what I will have to say about that. Thank you.
A resounding applause for that. Instead of going to Twitter to be dragging the presidents and all the leaders of the nation, when they release all of these acts, ask yourself, how does it affect my business? That's a more intelligent question. And, I keep telling entrepreneurs that you have a different fight. You are trying to create solutions that, will solve the problems of many people. So people's problem on a general level shouldn't be your problem because you're a visionary. So while people are dragging and making noise, you're thinking about the next level. There is a startup bill. How does it affect my business? If somebody says, oh, no more importation of rice, don't say, doesn't concern me. It concerns you if you're in the food chain or something. So always look out for some of these policies and how is it going to disrupt my business? How do I build a cushioning effect to transition? I think this oath-taking thing that we did is working because I'm in the final lap of questions and then we'll engage the audience. So I think I should do more of that. So let's come to Funto. So Funto, as a visionary and global thought leader, how can small business owners leverage on, creating the right structure, systems, and processes to level up their business?
Thank you for that question. And I think it's so important, especially in times like this, and especially for people, entrepreneurs who are looking to not just be profitable, but also sustainable. So I realized that a lot of people are just in business to make money, and that's fine. But if your goal is to build a sustainable business, which is something that, is not really common with Africans, because at the end of the day, once a business owner passes, the business also dies, right? So if you're looking at building a sustainable business, one of the key things is to structure your business properly. So for me personally, when I started to take notes of that, I literally got a consultant. So I studied accounting. I'm a chartered accountant, but here I am in real estate and interior design. So I had to get a consultant that was our field, and she came into my business, went through my processes, and put a structure in place. So it was there we now started hiring new staff for different. So I got an accountant, I got an admin staff, all those structures that we required for, our business at that time. And that has really helped us to scale a lot. Because right now, and we did this in 2019, now we're in 2023, I can count the number of projects that I'm fully involved myself. It has to be that the client really wants me to be there, right? And that has helped me to focus more on strategic planning, right? And focusing more on, okay, this is the vision, focusing on the vision that we have and going after that while everybody else does the general running of the business. So structure is really very key, and you don't have to do it by yourself. You cannot, as a business, someone mentioned earlier in the other panel that as a business person, you cannot even be thinking of all the compliances by yourself. So even for the compliance part, we have a consultant. For tax and, auditing, I have a consultant for all of that, because at the end of the day, I just want to think about how we achieve our vision. Let everybody else, but if you're in a season where you cannot afford that, there's always a level to everything. I mean, thank God for Google, thank God for technology. There's so many answers that you can get online, and you can begin to apply in your business. So for instance, initially, I did not have a tax consultant, but there were certain things, because I did accounting and I also could check online, there were certain things that I could, put in place without getting a tax consultant. So, but it starts by that. So if you're looking to, not just build for now or not just build to make money, if you're not in business just to make money, money is important, don't get me wrong. But if you're looking at building something that would be more sustainable and would outlive you, you have to put structure in place. It's so key, and boils down again to saying that your people are, I don't know how to play chess, but my kids play chess, and I know that the queen is like the most important. So the customer is the king, but your people are the queen. So don't forget that. You have to take care of your people, make sure that the structure is in place. So we even had to get an HR person in-house to take care of all the HR needs, and that's one major reason that has helped, helped my company grow, because I realized that people are more loyal to you when they see that you care and you're loyal to them as well. So I hope that helps.
Thanks a lot, Funton. Just to really accentuate that, most small business owners are trapped in the business that they are building. Imagine your business has trapped you. So essentially, you can't escape even for 5 days, 3 days. In fact, once you even leave 1 hour, everything goes back. And this structure thing is not something so ambiguous. What you want to do, what are the repetitive processes? Can we start writing it down? To create a product, number one, for instance, want to make moi, wash the beans, Abby. Number two, do this, grind it. So all of those processes, this is how we produce our moi. Anybody can actually produce that if they look at the process manual. So you don't have to hire a KPMG to come and structure your business at that very early stage because you're just starting out. So start from where you are and then grow and build on that. So let's move back to Olufemi. You want to add something to it? All right, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the part where you say you don't have to hire a KPMG. I think I need to correct that notion. And that's because most people think KPMG is expensive and for big people. But guess what? We actually have programs for SMEs because we also know that you are a startup. We know that you are just starting your business. So, of course, we're going to come to that level of these are people that have a particular, will I say, price points at this time, and our expectation is that we will grow with you. All right? Thank you.
So that said, by Monday, right? Just go to KPMG, use the coupon code Covenant Capital. It's for free.
You can ask for me, I'll answer you.
Awesome. So, Olufemi, let's talk about change management, right? Olufemi, this is for you. Let's talk about change management. One policy, we talked about that at the first panel. One policy at the federal and state level can send a business 6 feet below. Just takes one policy. So, and it can also cripple the sustainability of that business. And if you cannot sustain growth at a certain level, how do you even want to transition and scale? So how can SME business owners prepare and adapt to these unforeseen changes? It is one thing that, someone says something that you don't prepare for war inside the war. You're already late. So before it happens, how can they build that, adaptability to be able to foresee it, prepare for it, just so that when it happens, there is that soft landing to move on?
Let me try to answer this by adding some more information or some more thoughts to the first question which you asked me, which has to do with your big picture. Your big picture, put it another way, is like a vision, or wherever it is that you think you want to go. Wherever you are, that big picture has to keep expanding. You need to understand that, because if you started a business at the back of your room, in your garage, for instance, your thought might be, I want this business to be able to pick my bills. By the time the business begins to pick your bills, you need to expand that outlook again to say, I would like to pay salaries regularly. I give you an example. When we started our business, I started with, I had done business, by trying to go at it by myself. It didn't give me the kind of money I wanted. I tried to get people to join. When the business got to the point, we had a fallout. So the third way I went at it is to now say, you know what, I need to look for people who are competent, who can think at my level. But then I can't pay them. So I got those people and I started offering shareholding in the business for us to be able to move on. And I also realized, because my career has been in sales and marketing, I realized that if I must lead this business to the kind of place, or these businesses to where I want them to go, I have to change from being a sales and marketing person to being a business leader. So being a business leader is different. As a salesperson, you want to go out, you want to meet people, you want to close the deal and bring it home. But who is going to make sure the processes, the policies, the people are well managed? Someone has to do that. That's the job for the CEO. So I had to begin to change myself first to become a CEO rather than be a salesperson. Now, when it comes to change, you have to be ahead of everybody that is following you, right? Because you have to be able to see it before it happens. And therefore, educating your mind is the first principal thing for you as a leader. And one of the things that we do is we do not miss conferences, global conferences that affects our industry. We will save up the money and go for it. I remember there was one we wanted to attend, and one of my colleagues said, Oga, do we have money for this? I said, there's enough money for 2 of us to go to this conference now. We have to go. So we went, we learned, we were able to see what is coming, and then came back home and tried to prepare the business for what is coming. Now, you might not be able to afford going abroad to see what is happening on a global scale. This is Covenant Capital SME. I'm sure, even for myself, who has been an entrepreneur for a while, look, my note is full. I rarely take notes because I read a lot. But today, in terms of regulatory compliances, I'm like, oh, really? All these things are happening. And don't get something wrong. I ran a publicly quoted company. I was the group managing director of Afromedia PLC, which was a publicly quoted company. So I was exposed to corporate governance and all of that. Then, when it comes to all these rules, because I know about compliances and all that, but all these policy-making organs begin to open my mind and begin to give me new thoughts, new ideas of what needs to be done and what I need to even pay attention to as an SME. So for you to be able to notice or catch changes, you cannot but join or attend conferences, whether local or global. If what you can afford right now is local, find out about conferences where they are going on and attend them. Because what you find is intelligent people are coming together to put their thoughts on the table. And when these thoughts begin to meet, they begin to create a higher level of thinking that you can take back home to affect your business. So change is not going to happen to you if all you do is bury your head in your business, fighting fires all the time, trying to find customers, trying to pay the bills and all of that. You must constantly find a place, apart from your own personal reading or personal development. Let me say this very quickly, because I think it's 4 minutes, yeah? Is that I found out that a lot in this generation, people read much more than in the past. But there's no structured reading. People pick up their phone and they will stay on the phone for hours reading different things that has nothing to do with how to push themselves forward. I think you need to structure your reading. Every year I take some time out and try to look at which part of my skills do I need to develop now for the next phase of the organization, because leadership is everything. If you as a leader, you are thinking like this, nobody is going to think above you. Even if they have ideas above you, you will not see it. And it doesn't take long, because people like to say, oh, surround yourself with people who are smarter than you. Okay. If you are not smart enough to see the man's smartness, then you would lose it. You will lose that man. Because if I keep on talking to a man to say this is the future of this business, and he has not seen it, he cannot see it, he has refused to see it, then I can see trouble coming. Do you think I'm still going to stay inside that bus? I better go and look for another boss. So you as a leader, if you want to implement change, you must be that person who is consuming information, data. When people tell you something, you can hear what they have not said, and then you can now lead them in the direction that they must go.
Well, that's quite insightful. I'd crave the indulgence of the ushers to just be on standby, because we're going to come into the audience quickly. So if you have questions, you might want to signify to an usher. We'll just take around the final two. So let's come to Femi before we wrap it up with Aminat. So Femi, you've done an incredible work in the financial services sector. And I see that you're pulling a lot of weight with Clan Africa, right? And you've, excellently displayed a lot of grit, a lot of tenacity, right? How, do you think small business owners or even early stage startup founders who are, seated here today and listening virtually, how can they create that culture? Because I believe that it's a culture first before it becomes a behavior. So how do they create that culture of resiliency and adaptability in business? And this question is very important to you because financial services space, it's equals to premium wahala in the country, if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
All right, thanks. So I feel that one of the key things that small businesses or growing businesses need to focus on, and I'm happy all the panelists have mentioned this explicitly, is building a very strong team. One of the things I've observed about small business owners is sometimes they are afraid to recruit people who are more knowledgeable than they are. It's a very important thing that I've observed. You need to bring in very strong people. And I like the way Olufemi mentioned it. I mean, if you can't pay, find a way to give them shares, right? You need to bring in strong people. You can never grow above the strength or the quality of your team. Impossible, right? So that's the first thing. In area of building resilience, you need a resilient team. The second area is around collaboration, and almost every panelist had mentioned this. I think Statistics data from December last year mentioned that about 96% of MSMEs are sole founders. And I feel that it's one of the big problems in Nigeria. You need to partner. You know, you have this small revenue here, this one has another small revenue there. You guys are having different services that could easily come together and become a bigger business. In Nigeria, it's one of the biggest problems. Having myself, my son, unlimited, you know, we need to evolve very quickly from that. We need to collaborate. That person beside you say, you go steal my idea, forget it. The idea is not the most important in execution, right? So you need to find collaborators that can quickly execute and take your business to the next level. One of the other areas that you could build serious resilience in is in how you organize your finances and access to credit. A lot of people say credit, they look at credit as something very, very negative. Credit is one of the most powerful things you can access. I don't see any significant growth that you can attain if you can use other people's money. And that's what credit simply is, you know. But you need that fiscal diligence in terms of how you account, how you put in your funds, how money comes in, how money goes out, so that when you approach a bank or a fintech to offer you credit, you'll be in the best position to access that. And for the sake of this meeting, my team would agree that we'll be offering about 10 businesses here in partnership with some banks, 0 interest loans for 6 months, as long as you have the compliance that some of these other people have mentioned, very important. But we'll give a 6-month loan of up to 500K for 10 businesses who will use this, and then they can grow again to the next level, afford, access higher amounts, and so on. So you must be, your books have to be ready to be able to access credit, and you have to be fiscally responsible. Another thing that I'll be mentioning that will also help you build that resilience is that you must be able to pivot very fast. Many people say, I received this idea from God, and then it has to stay that way. Who says that? Once you receive that idea and you hit repeated bottlenecks, I always tell my team, stop hitting your head against the wall. It might just be that you need to turn your head to the other door. So once you find that that Zobo you are selling, you know, is going down, you need to add something else. You need to pivot, right? Many businesses have died because they've stayed to that same one idea they started with. You need to evolve very quickly. And then finally, I always say this, Nigeria needs SMEs like they've ever needed before. A big case in study is Bangladesh. Bangladesh, 10 years ago, had half Nigeria's GDP. Right, 10 years after, they've cantapped us. Those are play table tennis, you understand. They've met us, right? And one of the things that Bangladesh focused on was empowering MSMEs, right? Especially they pivoted into the manufacturing sector where they allowed people in textiles and the likes and are involved the rest of the world, and they've grown. So MSMEs, this time where it seems like globally things are going to be hard, it's actually the best time to start something. And because, as Warren Buffett would say, it is when people are fearful that you need to get greedy. When people are greedy, you need to get fearful, which means that when people are saying, don't start, that's when you need to start. Right, so thank you very much.
Awesome. I was talking to, an SME business owner. I said, you are a small business owner. I said, God forbid, I'm a big business owner. So let me encourage everyone. The small there, basically, it's really about, turnover and things like that, structure. It's not really about how big your business is. So you can actually have a big vision, but you are still at that. Of course, we all became kindergartens before we became adults. So you can't say, no, I'm an adult when you're a kindergarten, right? So, but it's very important to also know that you contribute to more than 40% of Nigeria's GDP. So it's something we need lots of SMEs to spring up. I hope your questions are ready. The final question, final lap of this rounds of questions. So I'm going to just accentuate from what Femi said. And Funto touched really, it's clear that Funto is very big on people, right? Having the right people and taking care of your people, right? I think it's an instruction, for someone here. So let me ask, what are the top 2 things to look out for when hiring people? Because bringing people into a system, right, determines the longevity and how that system will grow. At the end, I keep telling people that if you don't have a certain culture in place, when people come in, they come in with their own culture, and then you have culture conflicts. They bring their own values into your organization, and then they turn it upside down. So how do you attract the right talent? I mean, don't speak to Femi. He's doing millions of, hundreds of millions, right? So speak to someone that is just starting out. How can I hire my first 2, 3, 4, 5 people? What are the top 2 things to look out for?
Okay. I think it's very interesting that you asked me that question, because even my colleagues over there will tell you that Aminat is a people person. But before I answer your question, I just wanted to say something to the SMEs here. The truth is, every business started small. And I'll give you an example. Facebook. We all know how Facebook started, right? It was just 2 college students. They decided to create a program for people in their university. Now we're talking about an app that is global, that reaches billions of people. In addition to that, they ventured into other businesses. So the essence of saying that is to say, all companies start small, right? Just keep grinding, and before you know it, with your passion, with your hard work, you will become very big. Now, to respond to your question about people, I think one thing that is very clear when you're dealing with human beings is that relationship is important. Some people will tell you that when I meet someone for the first time, if we don't gel within the first 2 minutes, I know that it's not going to work between us. Guess what? You also have to take that into consideration for your businesses. For those of us that have attended interviews here, they will tell you that it's all about the first few minutes of making an impression. So when you are interviewing someone and you ask them some critical questions that are important to your business, you have to pay attention to how they are responding. At KPMG, because we are people-centric, one of the things we say is we are looking for people that are trainable, because we know that we can easily train you. We are looking for people with good attributes, good humans, because guess what? There are some things you cannot train someone to do. Somebody that is passionate will always be passionate. Someone that is not passionate, you cannot train someone without passion to be passionate. So you know what is critical to your business. If your business is clients, facing, customer interaction, you need someone that is cheerful. You need someone that as you're talking to them, they are smiling. Like we say in Nigeria, you need someone that will not carry all their problems on their face, because the way you interact with people matters a lot. So that's the first thing. And like Funto mentioned, you cannot do it alone. So you need someone that shares your vision. You need leading questions that will give you an indication of what this person feels about your business. Now, imagine if you're selling, say, we've been using the example of Zobo all the time. Imagine if you're selling Zobo, right? And the first thing, if the person comes in, the first question you ask is, do you like Zobo? And the person says no. Please tell me, if the person does not even like the product you're selling, how are they going to push it? Which is why they will tell you that to bring people into your business, they need to have some, buy-in into your vision. They need to have some relationship with what you try to do. For a service-minded person, you need someone that understands that service that you're trying to, impact on others. When he was talking about financial services, imagine if he's partnering with someone that believes, I can't give loans to anyone, right? Because I know they will not pay back. That person will not function well in a commercial service or in a financial service environment. So in looking out for people, you need to, I know it's not something that is easy. I know it's not something that is that is easy to decipher. But you need people that have the right attitude, because anybody can be trained to do the work. Now, that being said, are there going to be instances where you will make a mistake in hiring? Absolutely. And when that time comes, you need to actually accept that this person is not a good fit for what I am doing without sentiments. It doesn't have to be personal. It's a matter of, this is the business we're running. You have been there for a while. There's a reason why organizations go through a confirmation period, right? It's not automatic. It's really for you to be able to say, this person has spent 6 months in this business. I think they have an idea of what we're doing, and this person is a good fit for me. So as a small business, because you're going to be keeping your team very small, you need to know the people that are not in line with your vision. Someone that comes late all the time. someone that customers are complaining about, you need to be able to make that decision without sentiment to say this is not a good fit. So if I'm going to summarize it, you need someone with a good attitude that can be trained, to do the job, and you need someone that is empathetic, because dealing with people, you need a lot of empathy. Thank you.
Let's celebrate our incredible panelists. It's been an awesome drive this afternoon. So we're going to take questions. We're going to take 4 questions. I'd like the mics to please can you just, a show of hands if you have a question. Housekeeping rules concerning the question. The panelists have 2 minutes, 30 seconds to respond to a question. And you have 1 minute, 15 seconds to ask your question. So the 15 seconds is to introduce yourself, like an elevator pitch. Yourself, what you do, and then 1 minute to ask your question. And then you can direct to any of the panelists. We've got Femi. Of course, we've got 2 Femi. You can say Femi Gugu, and then Femi. So we've got Funta, we've got Femi, also got Aminat. So you can direct your questions so that it's more specific. Do we have any questions? Okay, we have one young man there. Question two. So we'll just pick our 4 people. Number 2, okay. Number 3, number 4. Please, can you be upstanding if you don't mind? Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them. All right, so number 1. Let's have number 1. Can we have the microphone to them? Ushers, can we get a mic to? Okay, great. Oh, okay, we can start with him. So the mic is already there. So yeah, let's start with him. Then we just go all the way down. Please go ahead, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ami Obadara, and I have a business in the pipeline into business consulting, IWE. So basically, I'm here to learn about things I'm supposed to put in place before actually going into the business, like preparation. So when Mr. Femi there was talking, he made mention of the fact that you don't actually have to build everything from the scratch. You need to leverage on some platforms. So, okay, I have an engineering background, and I want to switch into management as an entrepreneur. So I would like you to please expound or give examples of some business tools or platforms that can be of help. Thank you.
Femi?
All right. Thanks for that question. I would say that first, the product that you're trying to build, you need to have it ready, right? Because before you even start, you must have something you want to sell. So in pivoting into that area of management, there are many productivity tools, and I think we mentioned a few of them, depending on which area. So for accounting, for example, there are a few accounting as a service platforms that are springing up. I think Accountia, for example, is a startup that helps in that accounting as a service. So you probably don't need to hire one person. You could go in that direction. For a business platform, for example, CRM, where you need to be able to gather all your customers, there are freemium models on platforms like HubSpot, for example, and I think also Bumper at the back also offers a similar service that can help you with your CRM for managing your early customers. But, I would say that don't worry about many of these things. Now, just get your product ready and be a hustler. Once you hit the road, and you will start knowing what you need to do. That's what I always tell entrepreneurs. Just have the hustling spirit, hit the road, and then you start understanding what you need to do next. And when you get to that point, all these tools become very relevant to you. Thank you.
All right, let's have number 2. Please, if you raise your hands earlier, justice is important, so we don't have other people. So let's move to that where, did you raise your hand before? What number did I give you? Number 3. Okay, so where's number 2? So where's the other person there? There was somebody, a lady there before. I just want to be sure it's the same people. That's you, right? So please hold on. Let's go the 4, so that we don't give the wrong people, the people who didn't raise their hands before. All right, so let's go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Felix Onka. I think the Zobo discussion is all about me.
Congrats.
Because I'm actually into Zobo-related business. I run a food bar business, smoothies, juices, tiger nuts, and and Zobo. And my question, I'm trying to direct it to Mr. Femi, actually. When he was speaking, he made a mention of readiness to support anyone that meets the compliance criteria that was mentioned. And I would want to know how I will get on board to meet all of those things. And then, secondly, maybe to just to the panelists generally, trying to manage business. When I started, not knowing exactly, not exactly how I wanted to start it, but there is this temptation of look for a job since what you're looking forward to, you don't have enough capital to actually do the business the way you want to do it. So I'm using this avenue as an opportunity to ask questions, any suggestion on how to manage such thing. Thank you.
Who wants to take it? Funta, you want to take it? Okay, Funta, then maybe, yeah.
Okay. All right. Funta, please, over to you.
Funta, take
If I get him right, the question is on how to stay in business without, answering the thoughts of getting a job. So I think that when you start, that question is, it's normal. Like, if you just be asking, who sent me message? Like, who sent me? So it's a normal, I'm sure if you ask most people here, they've also had that thought. But, first of all, understanding your why. Why are you doing this Zobo business? Why are you doing this healthy, I think it's mentioned healthy drinks and, parfait and all of that. What's the why? Are you just doing it because you want to make money? If you just want to make money, it's easy to just get a job that will bring in even more money than the business is making, right? But if your why is really more beyond the profit, but more purposeful. So I'm doing this business because I want people to be able to live healthy. I want people to have healthy options to, all the fizzy drinks and all. That why keeps you going. I've realized that when you have a vision to your business, when you have a purpose to why you're doing what you're doing, it keeps you grounded. Because at every point in time when you want to give up, you remember, I don't want people to die because of this. I want people to, live in beautiful houses. I want to elevate the way people live. And it just keeps you going, right? So understanding that why is not going to be easy at first, but that's where resilience comes in. That's where your grit, your staying power. Because guess what? Even at every level of growth and leadership, you would always ask yourself, even when you're scaling. We recently scaled from just interior design to, property development. And then after going through so much, I'm like, who even sent me this message? So there will always be points in the lifetime of your business where you actually ask yourself that question. But it's in those seasons or in those times where you build resilience, where your grit comes to show your staying power, and that's really what it is to be an entrepreneur, that you're someone who stays regardless of, someone mentioned earlier about being bold and courageous. That's really what it is, I hope that helps.
Fantastic. 1 minute, okay.
Yeah, let me just add to that, yeah? I think in Nigeria, one of the things we usually tell ourselves is that most people are not entrepreneurs. We are just hustlers, right? Because most people actually started a business out of necessity. So when you find yourself in that situation and you have already chosen a path, then the question is, how do I stay on my chosen path? Now, for you, one of the things I've read over time is, number one, if you're selling a product, how do you get customers to buy to your product? From experience and from, readings, what people say is don't sell the product, sell what the product does. When you mention selling healthy drinks, a lot of people are looking for how to switch to healthy drinks, right? So where are your customers located? The gyms, the restaurants. Are you reaching out to people? I think one thing that entrepreneurs need to know is that you are not a business owner, you are a promoter. And you will find that when you're trying to register a business with the CAC, what they will ask is, who are the promoters of the business, right? So as a promoter, take your role seriously. Look out for the people that need your products and, reach out to them. That's one. The other bit is in search of capital. There are a lot of organizations that give grants to SMEs because these organizations know how important, how important SMEs are to any nation. Look out for these grants. Look out for these free credits. I know Lagos State was doing something at a point. How do I access it? And like they said, it's important to be compliant, because all these organizations will ask you for a business plan, they will ask you for your tax clearance certificate, your registration, and the like. So when you put all of that together, you will keep soaring. I know there will be instances where there would be some challenges, but if you keep your goal in mind and you have the big picture, like Femi said, in mind, then when those tough times come, you definitely overcome. Thank you.
Enjoying this conversation because having been an entrepreneur for the better part of my life, I think I understand what he's asking. Between the period when you launch your business idea and when the business begins to thrive, you're going to have a struggling period before you move away from survival, you go to thriving, then you now go to scale up. You see that period of survival, bills would need to be paid. If you're already married, you will still pay house rent. The business is in survival mode. There is going to be school fees to pay. There is going to be, if you are in the dating period, there's going to be girlfriend expenses to take care of. Your business is trying to survive, yeah? Bros, and you want to go and apply for loan, they are not going to answer you just because you showed up. If you show up there and say, I'm hungry, they will say, so also is everybody who is lining up there. So even before they give you money, they need you to have proven that this business is going to return that money. And that is historical data, which is what you can learn from somewhere else. So what did I do? I was out of paid employment. This is the third time that I think I'm a bit stable. First time I got out, I was running solo. I learned after about 10 months that, bros, no be so this is the work. Oh. So I went to look for a job again. But I managed my time well to make sure after 5 o'clock, I'm back on what I thought I wanted to do. The dream never left me because there are bills to pay. Again, I thought I was stable. I had saved some money. I left. I went to, this time around, I changed the process. I said, okay, let me look for people who will have money. Let us start this thing together. So they brought the money. We shared shares equally. In fact, in some cases, they gave me the minority shares. And then we started on. And I realized that control is very important. And when I began to say, let us go this way, they looked at me and said, which way you now want to go? I'm out there. So I left again. I was out. I had to go and look for a job. So I got a job again. Because bills, at some point I sat down as I was struggling. My children needed to be in school. And it was time to pay school fees. So I was asking myself, am I going to use my own to disrupt these children's future? Just because I want to become an entrepreneur. So what did I do? I looked for a job again. But then, after a while, I was able to help them stabilize. After a while, I negotiated days off to say, you know what, I will come to work twice a week because now I have put things in place for you. I will go and work on my own business. So I hired an office somewhere. So I will work 2-3 days here. I will go and work 2-3 days in my own place. In fact, I had a couch there. Once I come, I first of all will nap to be able to catch my energy and then keep going on. So it was later on I realized that I was thinking all by myself. This thing is not working. I need people who can think at my level. And I began to look around, shop around, and I find great people. Look, one time one of them asked me and said, what do you think is your greatest achievement so far as an entrepreneur? And I said, me, with no money, I brought these 4 of you together. Master's degree holder. I said, that is the biggest achievement, that I was able to convince you to come and let us go and start something without offering money. We just had shares and we said as we go on. In fact, I remember the first time I said to one of the businesses, I said, let us take allowances just for phone bills. And I said it's 20,000 naira. Was it 20,000 naira now or so that we are going to share? That was fight. The business cannot support it. I say, oh, you have little faith. Let us just continue in this direction. And today we will sometimes have millions of naira to share as dividend at the end of. Sometimes we just say, it looks like we are broke, we have cash. We will declare dividend. Our accountant came and said, you cannot be declaring dividend like that. I said, is it your business? We will declare dividend anytime we want to declare it. It's not your business. Don't worry about it. We are happy. Because we have come through a process of survival. We have entered into the realm of thriving. What we are now looking for is how to scale up. And we're also trying to scale up using the money from the business. I won't say it's easy, but we have already learned how to live scarcely, And then, so to answer your question, you have to be able to hold on tenaciously to your dream, and then look for what can I do. At this point, I look to be a teacher. I hated teaching, but I needed money. And I said, what is not going to disturb me from my dream? Let me go and teach. So they will pay me some money, and I will do that in the evening. So I went to one of my professor friends. I said, can I be all these your multiple campuses? Can I come and lecture there and collect some money to keep body and soul together while I'm building something? It will always be a challenge. Businesses will go from the period of struggling, which is survival. If you succeed there, you will move to thrive, where you'll be able to meet your bills regularly. I mean, one of the things we celebrated for 2 years amongst me and my colleagues is that we never missed salary for, even during the COVID period, we survived. Then I said, hang on, guys, why are we celebrating not missing salary? Can't we celebrate some major investment somewhere there? Let us move. Now we are trying to scale up. Means we have moved from survival to thriving. We want to scale up. So you will go through that. What do I need to do for money while I'm trying to survive? Should be something that will not disturb whatever it is you are doing presently. Thank you.
Awesome. Finally, bills is not your mate, actually, right? So you need to understand that bills is not your mate, and you need to put all of those things in place. Because I'm a man under authority, right, I want to crave our indulgence. We've got about 3 more questions. I know we're itching to engage all of the government agencies and then ask our questions. Please, I'd like to crave your indulgence for another 10 minutes, so we'll just take all these questions. I think it would be unfair that we have this conversation and then you're not talking back to us, right? So let's have the next person. Let's make it precise and straight to the point. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Zaz. Good afternoon, Ma. Thank you so much, sir, for... My name is Taiwo Ladimir Michael. I was invited by a friend, and he's a member of this church. But then, I appreciate God for the opportunity to be here. And my question goes to you, sir. And for the fact that you just mentioned scaling up, that's looking at the big picture, thinking out of the box, projecting what has not been, and figuring how you can eventually meet your goals. That's exactly where my question comes from, sir. Because I was trained to be a creative thinker, a problem solver, as per my discipline. And I have some people that are trying to do something for themselves, and they look up to me to give them things that they could work on and stuff like that. Sir, this is my question. As a small, medium-scale enterprise, trying to grow, trying to make it big, trying to scale up, like the word you have just used. So what are those major pros and cons that is needed for expansion for any SME? Thank you, sir.
I'm sure.
I'm
not an expert in, but I think essentially, again, all of the ingredients that you need, we have, spoken about them all along. So if you try to summarize everything we've been saying so far, I'm sure you find something there: the big picture, your mind, love for people, putting your records together, compliances and all that. And importantly, I think we must not forget, you have to be focused, laser focused on where you are headed. And you need to also know how to quickly look at the business and say, this thing is not working. You know, it is a skill you need to have to know when it is not working and when you have not worked it enough. There are two different things, because sometimes some people, they have not worked it enough. They will just say, this is not working, throw it away, go and do something else. There's somebody else who worked it enough, will show up. I say, he stole my idea. No, sir, he did not steal your idea. You did not work it enough. One of the things that I try to do when we come up with a new product, what we try to do is quickly look for people to buy it. And if you buy and you come back again, we are noting it, and you come back again, it means we have a product. So what we need to do is how to get many other people to come back again. As one of our products right now, it's been only one person who patronized us consistently for 2 years. It's only this year that we got a second person. And then somebody was like, and I said, look, if one person kept coming back, it means this product is good. So the challenge for us is to find other people who will take on the product, and they also will keep coming back. So you need to be able to quickly know whether this product will sell or not before you begin to say we want to grow. Because it is one thing for you to say, give me money, they will give you money, but you will pay back. It's not free. So you have to be sure that this last statement, we had gone through a process, we got a financial advisor, still in the process of trying to grow, and we wanted to raise something in the neighborhood of about 500 million naira. Then I said, it's a lot of money. They were ready to go. Then I said, let us go and even try this idea, check the market, because my papa came from the village to Lagos. I do not want to become a debtor like that. So I need to be sure that this business will pay back. So I said, let's raise our own money and do a pilot and see. And then we did a pilot. We realized that it is a product that has come a bit earlier than when it should be. So those people say, how far where are you coming from the money? I say, hold your money first. When we have proven and checked all of the things around this product, we will come back. So it's important that you bear that in mind, that the product must be able to sell.
Let me just add to that.
Okay, want to add to that?
Let me add to that from an accounting perspective. I think for SMEs, right, it's important to know the difference between your revenue, your cash flow, and your profits. Because, you can think you're doing very well because you're making a lot of revenue. But by the time you put into consideration your costs and you see what is remaining at the end of the day, because a lot of SMEs actually focus on the revenue, which is the top line. They don't think of all the costs that they need to incur to make that revenue. So if you're making 100 million today, for example, you might think, oh, my business is worth 100 million. No! You have to take into consideration how much you spend to make that 100 million. So if you are looking to scale up, I'm sure a lot of us watch some of these shows that, they're looking for investors. Like he mentioned, one of the key things that they're looking for is what is the current level of demand that you have for your products. And you need to be able to demonstrate that your level of supply is not sufficient to meet that demand, which is why you need to scale up, right? Not just, everybody around me is saying to scale up, then because of that, I'm scaling up. No, do your own analysis. Be sure that you are making profit, and that profit can be sustained for a certain period of time before you venture into scaling up. Thank you.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. To our panelists, good afternoon to you all. Thank you for the privilege to ask this question. And my name is Mpopara Stephen. My question goes to Mr. Femi. While you were, during the conversation, you made mention of, in Africa, you are surprised that some people still send for the account number of X, Y, and Sons to their customers. And my question is, as a small business owner, what platform or what business tool can small business owners utilize in receiving payment from their customer? I own an online business. I deal with computer and allied products. And the ones I use, the charges are quite more. But being privileged in this room today, I believe you can offer the house maybe better tools that can be utilized? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question. There are a few that come to mind. I think one of the most widely used today is the MoneyPoint platform. If you register with them, you will be able to, you register with the basic information, we go through the requisite KYC, you'll be able to generate like virtual accounts that will carry your business name. So for example, if you are FMBGD Limited, right? Once you are registering, you register what's your personal information and then what's your business information. And then based on that, they will allow you to be able to generate virtual accounts that will still act as well as the normal corporate accounts or commercial accounts that you would typically have gotten if you had walked into a commercial bank. So many of the fintechs today offer that service. I mentioned one of them. There are a few of them all around, but I think you should try MoneyPoint. They offer that service and it's very good. One of the key advantages, though, is ultimately try and regularize your business information. So for example, if you are not registered as a limited liability company or even if it's just a sole proprietor that you want to become, because ultimately if you want to access finance, right, those virtual accounts, some of them might not suffice, right? So you might need to ultimately register your business, right, in a proper way and then go to the bank with your normal CAC documents and then register, open a proper account such that you can start keeping your inflow records that will put you in a very good stead to be able to access finance in the case you do need one, right? So, but in the short term, just to be able to fix that, there are many fintechs that you can use. I mentioned one, MoneyPoint, and then subsequently you can regularize your business information and then go to a bank with a proper CAC document and then you can get your real business account registered. Thank you.
All right, final question.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the time thus far. My name is Bukola Adesinjo, and I want to acknowledge the use of technology that you mentioned before. I've been able to I sell online courses, and I've been able to use WhatsApp as a platform, so I acknowledge the fact that WhatsApp is a fantastic tool that small business owners can actually thrive with. However, my question is, I haven't been able to run an online training institute. I then transitioned into starting off a school. I'm in the education space. And then moving funds from that space to owning a school require more capital. Then all funds, all efforts, all things just have to go because this is now physical. You need infrastructure, you need people to run with you. And then, fortunately, the school, I will not say unfortunately, is now in a low-income community. Hence, being someone that had worked on the outside, you have a picture perfect of the kind of school you want to run. But then you're limited with finances and then you have to start off in a small community. Hence, the revenue is little, but the effort, you can't just do something little because of your own big picture. You want to deliver quality despite being in your community. But this is making business stuff. It's making it not so easy. And then, my question is now that when we're talking about scaling up, we need investors, we need people to come into the business. How do we identify these people? Do we just walk up to people and like, okay, you know what, I do business. Both businesses are registered, no doubt, but then how do we just connect with these people and then get them to buy into the idea that, okay, this is a school. I just want you to buy into it. I want you to invest into it. I want us to do this together. We are still in the survival level where funds into the business is still family and you just want to do so many things with the little funds that are coming in. I've been able to do these few of the things that he does to running the business, setting the little structure, then going out again to do little other things. So funds for me, salaries for me, is still tough, but then I've been able to balance but then that business, I want it to go further. Because the value we are giving for running, when you say a British Montessori school in a community, they are getting school fees of less than 30,000 naira from this student. And this community, people are just not giving you the money. And then you now come to the question to our madam that runs interior. When you say people are our people that work with us are also king, are also queen, I think. Okay, in my own community, driving policies in to staff is tough. To parents is tough. At what point you want to please everyone, you want to balance it. What can we do to make this thing easy for we business owners in such communities? They being the staff, because the demands are more on them, because I know what I want to do. But what I'm paying them, truth is, it won't be easy for me to make such demands on them. And then parents that need to pay for such services, some of them don't even know the value of the things you're trying to communicate across. What do we do? And finally, are there software that will help us scale through? I want to connect with more people that I can train with my online training, the other business. That how do I write nice proposals that will just connect to these people that will pay more money for the services I want to give to them. Thank you.
Oh, wow, that's such a long ride. Femi, are you starting? Then Funta, I think I had Funta. Okay, Funta wants to take, so Funta, you get her question.
All right, so I think that you're in a very peculiar business in education. And in the fact that you're even in a low-income community is more or less not exactly, yes, it's a business, but it's also sort of like a charity, first of all, because, I mean, you're trying to bring value to people in this low-income community. You're trying to raise kids in this low-income community. So first of all, I don't want you to see that as a full-blown business. So I know someone who is also building a school in a low-income community, and she's raising funds online, right? Because it's a charity, and it's one of the CSRs my company does. So like we fund that, NGO, monthly, right? So that's somewhere you can start. If you begin to see it as a business, like, you need to get the right people. Because truthfully, if you're going to run a proper educational system with proper teachers that are properly trained, you're going to spend so much money. But now you don't have that luxury. You can only work with the kind of people, teachers in that community. You can only work with the parents in that community. So it's more like literally a charity. So what I would advise is, while you're trying to get big investors, in fact, don't even look for big investors. Start with, I love the fact that you said you also run an online training business. We can start with, the money funds you get from that, how by putting in some percentage into that school, and then looking for people. One idea that comes to my mind is looking for at least 10, 20 people who can at least commit to be giving maybe 20,000 or 50,000 to your course monthly. So, and most organizations are more than willing. Most organizations are actually looking for CSR, opportunities now. Not even big organizations, even small organizations, they are looking for, because now people are big on CSR. There are some grants that, SMEs cannot access if you are not doing a social, if you're not giving back to the community. So this, for instance, is one of the things that my organization does. We give to that organization, that school monthly. So you can start with that. Don't just be fixated on, where do I get these big investors? How do I get these big teachers? Work with the teachers you have, so you understand that these are, low-income community people. They already have a fixed way that they think. Right, so you can also invest in, and you do that you don't think that way, you can invest in training them personally, invest in also getting people within your own circle to come and train them. So little by little, you're moving them from that mindset of, this is how we are, and you're growing them into how you want them to be. Do you get? So when I say people are your biggest asset, you have to really invest in training. So there are times when I used to train my staff a whole lot by myself, every week we have to have training sessions, because I wanted them to operate on a certain level, and then when we could afford it, I had to get external people to train, right? So you don't just expect that people just come to your organization and at the same time they are thinking on the same level that you're thinking. It's not possible. You have to invest in training. So if it means training them yourself, and then just looking around, that's same your friends and family. If you project this school idea to them, not exactly as a business, but as, I don't know what it's called, as social impact. Yeah, I'm sure and there are so many organizations, UNICEF, UN, who are looking for educational, things like that to give grants to, and they are online, right? So I don't know, I hope that really helps me. So
Thank you.
All right. To add to what Funto had mentioned, I feel that actually that your business is it's a proper business actually, because one of the things that we've worked on in the last 3 years is that we supported schools also, right? We've over that period listed over 5,000 schools that we've helped. And one of the things that we've found is that more than 70% of those schools actually are within that 30K school fees-ish range, because I think there are over 18,000 schools registered in certain categories in Lagos State. So there are a whole lot of schools. So many of those schools fall in that category. I'll use a particular example. The school owner started, I think there were about maybe 20 or 30 students at that time, pupils, and then the school fees was about 30,000. One of the first things that the person did was to organize herself very well. Many of the school owners that we've engaged, we find that a lack of organization is one of the key challenges that many of the school owners face. Like the same salary account, the same account that parents are paying money, if you print your statement out, you see ATM. It's the same account they are spending from. It's the same account they are paying their children's school fees from. It's the same account. It's all messed up. So you need many of the particular school I was speaking about how to organize themselves. They separated things, and we're able to see as the account, as she said here, what profit is, what income is, and know what exactly is left. The next thing that they did was to save over a period of time and then emphasize on the USP, what's the unique selling point of what we are bringing to the table. Gradually, they moved from that 30K to 40K, right? At that 30K, they were barely breaking even. They moved from 40K to 50K. After a while, they opened another branch somewhere in a higher location environment, right? So one of the things I found that many school owners also are reluctant to do is once they settle in a particular location, they feel that that's where they have to be, right? You can be an entrepreneur and move to another location, right? So you can have that base and see that as a springboard to another location. Today, the turnover of that business is over 10 million per term, right? So you can start by being organized. Once you organize yourself properly, and one of the advantages of being organized is that when somebody wants to come into your business, be it as a financier or an investor, the very first thing they would like to see is, let's see how you've been doing. So many businesses, especially school owners, 80 to 90% of them don't have that place where they can study or that track record. Therefore, banks won't be able to assist them properly, or even investors won't be able to come into their lives. So I would advise that first try and see how you can organize things, separate what is family from what is business. It's very important. Treat your teachers as queen. Make sure that they buy into the ethics of what you're trying to do. And then when the time is right, rather either in collaboration with the bank or other stuff, move to another location where you feel that the purchasing power of the parents in that environment is a little higher. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, one word. Like one word.
I think one thing you should also do, because there are different ideas that have come to the table, brilliant ideas from Funto and from my namesake. I think you should try to set up a board of advisors who would be able to think about how to do this thing with you. Because business is something you need people who can bring different perspectives to the table and be able to say, let's do this, let's do that, and you are accountable to them as well. It will help you a great deal. One can easily say, move it away from there, go somewhere else. But then we need to answer the question of where is the money for me to move it away from here to there. Constantly, the attempt to grow your business is a chicken and egg situation. Which one comes first? Is it the egg or the chicken? But if you have a board of advisors, for instance, they would be able to bring different perspectives and be able to help you navigate the waters and grow the business.
Thank you, everyone. Let's celebrate our panelists. I would like you to do one thing for us. Tweet some of the thoughts that have jumped at you all through the first panel, the second panel, even right from the keynote. Right? You can post that on Twitter with @C3_Capital. Hashtag level up, right? And then on Facebook, Covenant Capital, on Instagram, Covenant Capital. Would like to repost and also reshare some of the thoughts that jumped at you. Before we go one follow-ups, I would like focus, and I also crave the indulgence of the Head of Department, Covenant Capital, and Deputy Head for Photo Ops Focus. Thank you, panelists. It's been an amazing time.
Awesome. Thank you. Please, can we celebrate them? Amazing. Oh my God. Please, could you help with the... Are we feeling leveled up or what? Are we feeling leveled up? Oh my goodness. Amazing. This was so, so powerful. I mean, I've attended a few, conferences, events, but this was just, one in a million, right? Do you agree with me? The selection of speakers, I mean, this was real talk. This was not perspire to aspire to inspire, right? This was like real talk, the behind the scenes. What goes wrong? How do you really deal with this? Amazing. Please, can we just celebrate our speakers once again? The anchors. And can we celebrate Covenant Capital for putting this awesome, awesome, awesome event together? So like we had mentioned, please let's feel free. I mean, share your thoughts, the things that stood out to you with the amazing hashtags, right? You know me and my hashtags. One that I got from this session is, the difference between it's not working versus you haven't worked it enough, right? So let's, put our hashtags and share on our social media. So very quickly, one of the things that had come up from this session and would like to reiterate, and we also have a couple of people who would come up to share as we round off, is, in leveling up, you're leveling up your mind, right? With knowledge, expanding what you know, you're building the right community, you're leveraging relationships, right? You're taking advantages of programs and events. And I would like to share that this is something that the Covenant Nation has created multiple platforms to provide to SMEs and, different industry players, right? So one of those things, one of those programs or platforms is what we call the Covenant Capital Business School. The Covenant Capital Business School. So I would like to invite very quickly for about a minute, 30 seconds, Mr. Kende Omiale to just give us some information about that and also give us details on how we can take part or participate in this particular program that's available to all. All right, can we just celebrate him very quickly? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Like we've established today, one of the important things I need us to notice that to a very high degree, many of the things we've heard today, if you don't do anything with them, in the next 1 week, you've forgotten about it. And that is why educational institutions are very important. What they help us to do is translate these things from just knowledge to execution. Now, many of the things you hear the panelists say, it appears very simple. But when you actually begin to put your hands to work, you find out that it's not as easy as this guy said it. And that's why the Covenant Capital has come up with the business school. And the goal is to really help entrepreneurs. And we found out that even though we all call ourselves entrepreneurs, we're not all at the same level. So for example, there are entrepreneurs who, what they have is a business idea. And when I say you have a business idea, even if you have a business name registered, as long as you've not started making sales in that business, what you're still doing is an idea. Because you really have to test if that idea is profitable. And so the first thing is we have people who are in the ideation stage. You're still battling, okay, should I quit my 9 to 5? Is this idea really something I want to spend the rest of my life doing? We have the modules that would help you to actually test the idea and see if it's something profitable. Then we also have those who have started the business, but when you hear things like accounting, structure, your brain just goes off. So you need to be handheld, to be coached, and to led through. So these are the people who are just starting businesses from the scratch. And then we have, obviously, those who are quite experienced, and they're thinking about either scaling, networking, coaching, or some form of executive learning. And so in CCBS, during the registration sessions, you would either fall into the EMPI. This is those who are in the ideation stage. EMP1, that's basic entrepreneurship. Then EMP2, that is intermediate entrepreneurship. And so what we're doing for everyone here is to open the portal for us. For those who believe that you're not currently where you think you should be, and you need some form of knowledge, either legal law, taxation, strategy, HR, finances, and all of those things, we have more than 22 courses that covers all the aspects of businesses from ideation till the very end. And so the links you're seeing on the screen is the registration form. And so if you are able to do this, this would only be available for a limited time. And so if you are able to do it as soon as possible now, you can just take a snap of it and register if you believe that that is something that you wish to do. And I believe that we will meet on the other side with this Covenant Capital Business School. If there are any questions with regards to this, we are at the back and you can always come to ask us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just to emphasize, the registration process had been closed, right? However, it's been open today, especially for you. So please take advantage of this, and then it will be shut again by the end of today. Thank you. All right. So we had spoken about opportunities that the Covenant Nation makes available to empower us and to ensure that we keep leveling up. So aside from the CCBS, we also have a program that's coming up, which is called The Platform. I'm not sure how many of us are familiar with this. So I will just call on the media team to play that video for us very quickly.
Hi there, my name is Kodri Madi, Senior Pastor at the Covenant Nation. This is my invitation for you to attend the platform coming up on the 1st of May. The theme of this particular edition is innovating our way into the future. And it's a business summit for entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs. What do we mean by entrepreneurs? These are individuals who, through innovation, discover an opportunity within the environment, create a product or a service, and then build an organization around that product and service to sell it and also to protect it legally. Who are entrepreneurs? These are individuals within corporate organizations that actually develop through innovation, products and services within the corporate sector, increase the profit margin of the organizations that they operate in, and by that create wealth for the organization and for themselves. Now, these two sets of people, entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs, are the ones who are responsible for all the wealth in the society, and they are also largely responsible for the employment that we have. So I want to focus and target these folks in this nation and also globally and speak to them. We have 12 powerful speakers. One thing we can say clearly is that these people have built things either from scratch without or within an organization and are highly profitable individuals. Looking forward to seeing you. It's the 1st of May at the Covenant Place, Igoma, Lagos, right next to the National Theatre. This edition, no registration is required. You can just walk in. Admission is free. Start time is 9 a.m. Now, if you can attend physically, you are not in the area, you can watch this live on Channels Television. It will broadcast to the nation and also globally, and then you can join us on our YouTube page, which is the Covenant Nation channel. Looking forward to seeing you online or offline, 1st of May, 9 a.m. God bless you all.
Awesome. All right. So we're cordially invited to the platform, and I'm hopeful that we'll also get to see a lot of us there. Okay, so as we round up, just before I invite the person who will be taking the vote of thanks, I would like to just emphasize again that at the back we have desks, and the agencies, we have agencies, organizations that we have represented are CAC, NAFDAC, FIRS, KPMG, Bumper, Fate Foundation, and NEPC, which is the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. So for as many of us that, whatever our businesses are, we also have to deal with, regulations and how do we navigate the export environment, right? They're also here to speak with us and provide any responses we need to questions that we may have on our minds. I would also like to highlight that we have a food court at the back of the church. So for as many of us that would like to grab something to eat, drink, just get refreshed before we continue with the rest of our day, please let's feel free to approach the tent over there. Okay. All right. So we have come to the end of the first segment. And to wrap it up, I would like to call on our Deputy HOD of the Covenant Capital, Mrs. Aimede Ikenebome, to give us the vote of thanks. Please, can we celebrate her as she comes up?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. I want to thank our online audience, and also this program wouldn't have been possible without your presence here. So I want to appreciate every single person. I most especially want to thank our senior pastor, Pastor Boju, for helping us to get this program to become what it is. We couldn't have done it without his support. And most especially, I want to thank our keynote speaker, Mrs. Adenike. I'm sure all of you were blessed by her. And the purpose of this program, Level Up, is not just for us to just be hearing and hearing and hearing. It's now time for us to go out and, take out the informations we've gotten, because whatever you've heard, if you don't put it into practice, it's just something that will just go away. We've heard a lot of things. For me, I heard this saying, we've all heard it, knowledge is key. Yes, it is. Ignorance is not the excuse. If you're not aware of an information or of an organization or of the regulatory bodies, and you err, you are going to bear the penalty. So please, these organizations are out there. NAFDAC is there. FRS, want to appreciate you so much for coming, because this is actually a weekend. You could have spent your weekend elsewhere, but you came here. So want to appreciate them. Want to appreciate all the panelists, all the panelist speakers. We had Mr. Femi here. He took out his time. And we are not paying for these programs, but these people, they took out their time and they gave out of all they have. We want to appreciate Mrs. Funto. We want to appreciate Mr. Isaac. We want to appreciate the representative from CAC. He came all the way from Abuja. We want to thank every single one of them. And please, let's give ourselves a round of applause, because with this program that will be made possible. And of course, our wonderful pair. We appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And please make use of these opportunities. Ask questions. We also have our Covenant Capital decks there. If you need any advice for businesses, they are here. They will be able to tell you, put you through whatever questions that is bothering you, please, so let's make use of it. And thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Aimede. Okay, so as we round off, I just wanted to mention again, we're moving into the second segment, which is the networking mix and business advisory. What we have going on back there is the business advisory. Feel free to walk up to any of the desks that might be relevant to you. And very importantly, we've talked about community and relationships. Let's also meet one another, meet someone that you haven't, speak to someone that you don't know, learn more about your businesses, find opportunities to collaborate and support yourselves. Just like we heard from the panel session, right? SMEs, we need to find a way to work together, to collaborate, to build partnerships, and empower ourselves as we do what? As we level up. All right, so are we feeling leveled up today? Are we feeling leveled up? All right, thank you very much. And I want us to enjoy the rest of our day and the rest of our time here. Thank you.